Good evening, one and all. Welcome along. It is day 2 of the NFL 2023 podcast. And as you can see in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, Jeff Reinebold, good afternoon, sir. How are things? And who are you?
I'm doing good, fellas. It is draft day 2. Everybody, I hope you got at least an hour's sleep last night.
Something like that.
Nope.
All right, I gotta ask. Because now I got a ton of Cowboys fans. I want to go around the horn, and I gotta hear about Mazi Smith. I want to know what your word is. What have you guys drunk the Kool-Aid on this pick or no?
Right. So, my initial response was, "What the hell?" But now, after processing it, I'm actually quite in favor of the pick. After just reevaluating it and just kind of thinking what is the big needs that we do have, etc., and the type of player that we need in terms of we were ranked 29th run defense in the league last year. I was like, it makes sense. So I'm actually quite happy about it now. After getting the initial reaction out of the way and just think about what's just happened, I'm more in favor of it now.
Brian, how about you?
Intrigued.
That's an interesting. That can go either way, boy. How about
you? Oh, sorry. Did you ask me?
Oh, Lord.
That's Lauren.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I agree with what Paul said. I mean, if you watch back our show at 4:00 this morning, and it was we were all like, "Oh my God, why have we picked him?" But because you thought you'd probably get him in the second round or whatever, but it's certainly an area of need. And watching some of the videos that I've seen of him since, particularly the crazy testing that he's done, the plyometric stairs, jumping up those in two and a bit seconds, all of that makes it feel a hell of a lot better. And you know that we needed to focus on defense at least in the early rounds. So, and for all the media scouts are ranking players and all that, you don't know what's going on in the actual team scouts and everything like that. They know a hell of a lot more in terms of the injury status of players and all that sort of stuff, and all the discussions that they have in the meetings, etc. So I'm quite happy with it now. Yeah.
Just, literally, sorry. Before Mike says something, our literal reaction was literally this. that was. Is that on repeat? Oh, there we go. Sorry about that. Yeah, that was our literal reaction at first, but now it's more it's a wee power up. So, sorry, Mike.
Yeah, but I mean, we did in the off season. Me and Brian were doing all our prospect project shows, looking at each individual position, and we looked at Mazi Smith. And back then, I was saying it that in Michigan, they had to the strength and conditioning team had to go and get bigger gym equipment because Mazi Smith kept breaking it because it wasn't big enough for him. So they had to go and get more because he was that powerful. And you do see that on the field. I mean, it's bad because the Eagles took Jalen Carter. I mean, that's really bad, unfortunately, for the Cowboys. But in terms of a run defender, Mazi Smith is better than Jalen Carter. But Jalen Carter has all the other things going for him. So I see what they've gone for. And we weren't expecting it because this is the first time they've taken a defensive tackle since 1991 in the first round.
Yep.
So it's a complete blindside. I was with some other podcasts yesterday and mentioned this, and I think it was the UK Lions in a mock draft took the Cowboys taking a defensive tackle. And I was like, yeah, that's not going to happen. And so they all felt bad, and then lo and behold, they were right on the money.
I get the pick, but I'm going to throw another. I'll put a bit of a spin on it, and Jeff will be able to agree with you. we're Cowboys fans. We're never happy. That pick last night could have been Will Anderson Jr. and we would have still found something to bitch and moan about.
Probably, yeah.
It's true.
Yeah.
You know what? The thing that it didn't, like, when it first happened, I was like, what? You know?
Yeah.
And then I thought, wait a second now. Those guys in that room, they know what they want, right? And because I said the same thing, I think it was a year ago or 2 years ago when they took that offensive lineman from Tulsa. And I was like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then and then you watch the kid play, and he's been a really good player for him. Now, it's unusual. I think Aiden Durda, the defensive line coach at Dallas, I think this is a kind of like a tip of your hat to what Aiden has been able to do with that defensive line. And now he's going to have to take a guy that was really a true nose tackle, two gap kind of player and turn him into a one gap player in that scheme, because that's really what they do. I mean, that's what surprised me when Miles Murphy was there and they didn't go with Miles Murphy. I thought they might take an interior defensive lineman because that's such a need area. Yeah. But obviously, when you look at the run stuffers, it was either him or Ika, the kid out of Baylor, were the two guys that I said, those are the two big bodies inside that they may go for. But I thought they would go for them in the second or third round because I think those guys might have been available at that time. But, you know, it's going to be interesting to see because, you know, if he comes in and plays at a high level, it's a great pick. It's a great pick because that is an area that they need to improve that football team.
I mean, like you said, that for me, the Cowboys and with Will McClay and that whole scouting team and everything, they strike so often on their first round picks. You kind of have to give them the benefit of the doubt. How many times have we been in? We've gone, oh, he's taken that player way too high, or he shouldn't have taken a player. Shouldn't have taken an offensive guard with that pick, and then all of a sudden it all seems to somehow come together. And another thing that I thought of when I woke up today about that pick is you say about Aiden Durday. But the other thing I think this is a tip of the hat to is I think of back to the Legion of Boom and how their defense looked with Dan Quinn. And I think Dan Quinn is trying to emulate that a little bit. And you see this pick and you go, oh, yeah, okay, I can see where this is going. And it kind of seems to all be clicking together.
Yeah, because that's an interesting thought. I hadn't really gone down that road. But when you remember that team, they had a couple of big ass bodies inside at tackle. And then when they got into second and third down and had teams off schedule, those guys would come out. Michael Bennett would slide down and play
fast guys.
Yeah. So, again, that's a great point. That's a great point, Mike.
It would have been intriguing to see who the 13 guys that the Cowboys had above Smith because obviously the Bills, Bolton, and trade up thinking the Cowboys were going to take Kincaid. We were going to see if he was up there because was then Smith a backup plan and sitting pat thinking nobody's going to move. It didn't fall that way, but it's just interesting. So obviously everybody else. Well, I don't think everybody else had him.
Paul told me that. Paul told me that this morning. He told me that they had him 14th on their board, and I thought to myself, wow, because those other 13, it would have really been interesting to see who they were.
And I mean, Jerry in his conference said that they had 2 or 3 guys all commensurate level, and they were having the debate for almost the full 10 minutes. So it's interesting with that. The other thing that's interesting is that I think you guys on Sky last year were talking about how the AFC West, everybody is developing to be able to beat sort of Kansas City and all that, and everybody is going that way. And you look at the NFC East last night, everybody drafted defense. So again, it's like everybody is trying to work on beating the Eagles, and that you need to be able to stop the run, because that's primarily you stop the run with them, and then you can focus on the passing game. And everybody seemed to do that last night. They put resources into drafting defense, And then obviously Philadelphia is slowly turning into the Georgia Bulldogs of the NFL. So,
Facts.
Yeah. How do you feel about Las Vegas then, Jeff?
You had to go there, didn't you? Because
Yeah, I'm gonna ask you.
my two favorite teams, like first of all, the first team that I fell in love with as a kid was the Lions, right? And so like I've kind of had my Lions heart kind of has started to beat again, right? Last year when I watched them play and they got so much better and they, scoring 30 points a game. And I'm thinking, we got 2 first-round picks, right? And then Jalen Carter starts to have his issues. And I'm thinking, oh shit, we're gonna have a chance at that kid, right? Because when you look at the Lions, where are they deficient? They need an inside pass rusher. And he's the best player in the draft. Now he's got all kinds of challenges, right? But I thought Dan Campbell and the culture that he's built there could withstand a guy like that, right? Because if you have strong locker room, a guy like that will toe the line. If you've got a weak locker room, he's going to be a pain in the ass, right? So I thought they could take him with that first pick, then come back in the second pick. They took a running back, all right, first, who they could have gotten in the second round, and then they took a linebacker with the second first-round pick that they could have gotten in the second round. So it's like, why do we even have first-round pick? And then the Raiders, Tyree scares me, to be honest, because I know he's explosive. I mean, you talk about putting on workout tapes. That guy, he's a freak, right? But he played in the Big 12 where there's one really good offensive tackle, and he didn't set the league on fire. He's a good player.
Yeah.
But there were other good, like Miles Murphy was there at that pick, and Miles Murphy has more position flexibility and has a better motor, in my opinion. So I was surprised by that one too.
Still, we were trying to figure out why he felt, because we found out really before the draft that all the GMs and all the teams had some sort of issue with Miles Murphy and that he was going to fall down boards. And we mentioned it on the show, early in the draft, that Murphy's going to be falling, so keep an eye on it. But for him to go all that way, I mean, it's crazy. Still trying to figure out what that's about. Because some people are saying there's an injury of some type that obviously we don't know about because we don't see the medicals, and some are saying it's just down to the pure rawness of his ability.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the tape. That's the thing I wonder about. You look at the tape, and I see him win as an edge. I see him win as a 5 technique. I see him win at 3, and I see him win at nose. And in big time games when he needed to make plays, he stepped up and made plays. And that's, to me, I think sometimes this process, it's so long and it's so involved that you can start to lose focus on what's really important. And the number one thing that's important, guys, is the tape.
Yep. Yeah, it's true. Yep. Which is on one side, because a lot of people, I know, Paul, you was hoping for him, Nolan Smith, and you watch the tape and you go, okay. It seemed to be that the hype revolved around his insane combine results.
Yeah, and look, I go, and I'm going to beat this into submission, right? I'm just going to keep at it, because last year we saw the same freaking thing. Trayvon Walker comes to the Underwear Olympics and is a triple gold medal winner, right? And Aiden Hutchinson comes to the Underwear Olympics and he gets 3 silver medals, right? Yeah. But you put on the tape, it's not even close between the two players. Not even close on production. And what happened as a rookie, right? We go to the end of the season. They're in the playoffs. And Trayvon Walker is not on the field at critical moments, right, for Jacksonville. And the Lions get 9.5 sacks and 2 interceptions out of Aiden Hutchinson. Guys, production wins.
Yeah. Yeah. Totally agree. I know you can't just look at the stats and everything. You know, I get it. Stats stay in school, but you kind of you have to say, like, well, if he's not doing it, if he's not getting those results in college, what makes you think that when you move to the next level, when you go up a scale, how is that then suddenly? How is he going to improve on? How is that going to go up? How is the production going to go up? You play him stiffer competition.
Okay, Mike, and then factor this one in. Even with
Yeah.
the NIL situation that they have in college football now, even at that,
Yeah.
they're going to go from having no money
Yeah.
to more money than they've ever seen in their first paycheck, right?
True.
Now, is that going to make them a more dedicated player, a better player, listen to coaching more, any of that stuff? No, probably not. I've yet to see a guy become better because he became a millionaire, right? And so you can't. I mean, it's a rare guy that becomes more dedicated, more of a football guy. If he doesn't love football, and this is one of the things that I think gets overlooked a lot of times by scouts, if he doesn't really love football, if it's not something that he can't live without, when you get to the NFL, when you get to pro football, everything's harder, everything's more physical, everything's more painful, everything's all the distractions are out there. You just telling you, you become a walking ATM for women. It's the way it is, right? You wear a target because you have money. And they try and help the kids with this kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
Because the fact of the matter is, that's whether it's your buddies back in college or the guys that you hung with on the street, everybody's got their hand out now. Everybody wants something from you. Everybody wants to be a part of your crew. Everybody wants to be in the entourage. And all of a sudden you look around and you got 50 people around you that are living in your house and eating your food. And how many of those guys are telling you, hey, it's time to get your ass out of bed and get to the weight room? They're telling you, come on, bro, let's go. Let's go to the club. Right?
Yeah.
See, that kind of reminds me about the whole situation with Kelvin Joseph right now. Like, is he surrounded with the wrong people in his life and making those like decisions where he was at the wrong place at the wrong time type of thing? Like, obviously we won't go into detail what happened, but what happened in Dallas. But it kind of, that to me, that description just kind of resembles what's just happened with him. Like the quarterback from Kentucky, like we picked him in the second round. We had high expectations of him, and it seems to be like because he does his other career, which is like music, he's got this other circle of friends that seems to be, and I'm just assuming here, seem to be what you're kind of describing here, Jeff, that they're just basically like looking for handouts and stuff like that. It could be the case. Like I just find that quite interesting actually. Like,
Paul, I have one of my ex-players is the vice president of the Seahawks, and he's the head of player development for the Seahawks. And we had a really long discussion last summer. He came over and stayed with us for a while in Hawaii. And we had a really long discussion about the whole thing. And it is really, really difficult on these young kids because they're getting pulled in so many ways and so much distraction. And so, and then on top of it, we live in a culture now where it's all about everybody wants to be out there. Everybody wants to, wants to be seen, wants to be, build their brand and, have an entourage and, get bottle service at the best clubs and all of it. And
the whole social media thing.
Yeah. And I'm not saying that that's all bad, but it can become bad. Herman Edwards, I heard Herman Edwards one time tell a group of players, hey, you only need one car, one house, one wife, right? So, the distraction, it's tougher on these guys now than it has ever been.
True.
Yeah, and like another example as well is like Johnny Manziel. That is a really good example of that.
I think with Johnny Manziel, I think that's more of like he had like those weird psychological traits, didn't he?
Yeah.
True, but at the same time, though, like with the people he was hanging about with, it just distracted them from football.
Probably didn't
and
help. Yeah.
It didn't help. But
Yeah.
but now, if you look at players like Tyler Smith and Jeff, we were talking about this early on before we did go live. Like, well, I think I mentioned it to Jamie. Sorry, but basically, Tyler Smith family, like his mom is an educator, and same with Mazzy Smith, who we just drafted. His mom's an educator, so they've got that more close circle. Like, and you're seeing, like, you're not seeing any headlines about Tyler Smith going out or etc. and stuff like that. It's like they're quite like keeping their head low, so to speak. Like, so I find that quite interesting.
Yeah, it's a great comment because that's one of the things. If you're a good organization doing a lot of work, background work on these guys, right?
Yeah.
Because again, you cannot. I mean, we can't even comprehend it. How their lives change when they get that call.
Sorry, just so you know, that's the Steelers on the clock.
Yeah, I tell you a good one, a really good one, and it's quite an inspirational talk on this. Whenever you look at it, is the Ray Lewis speech about hawks and pigeons. If you've ever seen that, and he's like, "Do you ever see a hawk?"
There's a guy that had to learn that the hard way.
Yeah, right? Yeah, very true.
That's the Pitkin.
Yeah.
You got to wonder if this is going to be Joey Porter Jr.
Yeah,
that's what I'm rooting for.
Pittsburgh royalty.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, because of his dad, of course. Yeah.
Hey, the Bears broke my heart yesterday with Stronsky, so I'm hoping that Pittsburgh doesn't break my heart today.
But the question here, though, is there's him, Brian Branch, and Michael Meyer, and they are all first-round grades on my board. They're the last of the 3 first-round grades. That's it. But the crazy one is Hendon Hooker and Will Levis. Which one of those two are going to go first? That's still hanging in the breeze.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting call.
We were talking about this before. We were looking at kind of the top down to 40. You could probably argue Seahawks, Lions, but do they they could maybe use a quarterback for the future, but are they going to take that one that high? Would they maybe use the second round picks a bit further? So you could potentially see, unless someone really falls in love with them, they could drop to the 50s.
Yeah. I mean, sorry, Jeff.
You got to remember, both those guys have injuries. There's the turf toe issue that Levis has is supposed to be a surgical thing. Those things can never go away sometimes. And so that's a concern. I'm sure that's one of the reasons he dropped a little bit. And Hooker's coming off of an ACL injury. So, again, they're both guys that are got a couple red flags about them. And, if they drop out of the second, they may go to the third and fourth.
Here comes the selection. See who they went for.
I'm with you, guy. Blorn, you sold me. You sold me on the Joey Porter idea because of his dad.
It is Joey Porter. Wow.
Joey Porter, I love it. I absolutely love it. I tell you what, I knew Mike Tomlin wouldn't do me wrong.
Wow. Yeah. And there isn't, I don't think there's a more physical press man corner in this draft.
No, I mean, this guy is a Steeler through and through.
Yeah.
Right. He reminds me, guys, you guys are, I hope you're NFL historians enough to remember this guy because he was a great, great player. They used to have a big, long corner way before the era of big, long corners came in. Yeah. And the guy's name was Mel Blount. And that's who he reminds me.
Yeah.
Physical, nasty. I mean, his own coach even labeled him like a menace to society or something.
Yeah.
That's the kind of kid this is a great pick for the Steelers.
Yeah. I mean, my comp for him for more modern day is Carlton Davis. Yeah. As a physical press man corner on the outside.
He will hit you in the mouth in a minute.
I mean, like I know that the biggest negative to him, Jeff, is that in Penn State, obviously, he did draw a lot of flags purely because of his physicality. Do you think, though, when things get a little bit more tighter on these things, that's going to be an issue for him in the NFL? Or do you reckon that Pittsburgh's the perfect place to try and drill that into him?
Well, I'm going to tell you something. You guys had Bill Parcells in Dallas for a while. And Bill Parcells was football royalty and football genius. And Bill Parcells used to say, if they don't bite you when they're puppies, they ain't going to bite you when they're big dogs. And so you want one with a little bite in him when he comes to you, because it's way easier to pull him back than it is to take a corner that won't hit anybody and get him to tackle.
I mean, I'm laughing because that was something I've said before. It's easier to try and bring somebody down than it is to try and bring somebody up in terms of temperament.
There's a group of coaches who aspire to or believe that you can't teach toughness, right? That a guy is either a physical guy or he's not a physical guy. I believe that to a certain point, but certainly with Porter, he's going to have to learn to rein some of that in. But I would way rather have that issue than have what I see every Sunday in the NFL by other guys that wouldn't tackle anybody. I was at the Saints Ravens game, right? And there was a play late in the game. The game's over with, really, but a play late in the game, and the Saints catch a ball on the sidelines, and a guy turns up the field. And I mean, I won't name the player because I don't want to damage anybody, but
of course,
they're one of their corners, and he's a really good player. He basically stepped aside and just let the guy go. And I just was like completely shocked.
So I've got a bet on today, and my bet is Devon A-Chain goes before Antonio Johnson, so he'll be the first Texas A&M player off the board, and I'm hoping that it's Dallas that does that.
That would be a good pick.
Who's on the clock now, man?
Arizona, and they've got 1 minute left.
Arizona, but I'm hearing they're trading with Tennessee.
Yeah. Oh, this has got to be
it's just come up on the NFL.
Yep, so we have a trade. Yeah.
So how about Arizona? How many trades has Arizona made?
I know.
Oh.
And the pick is in for Tennessee as well.
We've had a question in from one of our guys here. He's asking what you think Dallas might do with picks in the second and third round tonight. Are they going to go offense? Are they just going to pick best player available? What are your own thoughts on that?
I tell you what, I think what they'll do is a little bit what they've shown to do in these kinds of situations. They're going to take the best player available at a need area, whatever they determine as a need area. That might be interior offensive lineman. It might be another corner. It might be a slot corner. Who knows? It just depends on how they look at the board. But I think there's some really, really good players left in this draft that can step in and really be difference makers for the Cowboys. I think the Cowboys got to continue, who's going to be their tight end, right? Who's going to be that guy? What are they going to ask the tight end to do? Is it going to be more of what we've seen Dalton Schultz do, where he's really more of a split out slot receiver than an inline tight end? Or is it going to be a true inline tight end, mash the football? Well, take the kid from Georgia if that's what you want, right? But you got a lot of choices at tight end, and I think tight end is a need area for the Cowboys. So that kid, the guy that's the tight end that I like is the 6'6" kid out of Oregon State.
Oh, Musgrave.
Musgrave. Yeah, I think he's. Here's the thing with Mayer, guys. When you watch Mayer, he way too many catches, way too many balls off his body. And why I think that's a problem is you get to the next level where the DBs are all faster and the linebackers are all faster. You need to reach out and get the ball off of your body because it's contested catch all the time. There's guys on you right now. In college, you can cradle the ball off your body. So I think he's going to have to grow in that regard.
Would you be opposed because of the style, but kind of like how this draft class is? Would you be opposed of a Cowboys trading up in the second if there's a particular, like say 10 spots, using some of that that some of the draft stock, if you like, in day
There we
3
go.
of the draft.
Well,
to move
Levis.
up.
Well, Levis.
Oh,
Oh,
O'Callaghan.
That makes sense to me. This makes complete sense
Yeah.
to me.
And why they traded up.
are they already giving up then on Malik Willis?
Well,
are they going to move on straight away?
Here's the thing about Malik Willis, fellas. Malik Willis was somebody else's pick, right?
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
This new general manager is got an eye on. He's got a different mindset of what you need at quarterback. Now, for Malik Willis, this is not a good thing, right? Let me tell you something. I'll tell you a story about the draft. When I was in NFL Europe, we were already over in Europe playing games at this time of year, right? And we had all allocated players. And so at that time, there was no internet, but there was USA Today. And USA Today used to put every pick in the draft every day, right? And so you would see guys, breakfast started at 6:30 in the morning, right? And the paper came about 6. And you would see guys down outside the banquet room at 5 o'clock waiting to read to see whether they picked the guy at their position. Because if they picked the guy at their position in the first 3 rounds, they knew they were in trouble, because the guys in the 1, 2, and 3, very rarely do they ever get cut because they got so much money invested in them, right? They're usually going to be at least around for a couple years. Well, if I'm Malik Willis, I'm calling my agent right now. Right now.
So the Titans, oh god, they just had the picks up there and it's now disappeared. But it was
So I've put it in the private chat there. It's
So
Titans have given up 41, 72, and a 2024 third-round pick. They got 33, and I think they got 81 as well back from the Cardinals as well. So,
Cardinals are moving around the board at a rate of knots. That's their 3rd trade since this time last night. Like,
yeah.
So Brian Branch and Michael Meyer. Oh, go on, sorry, mate.
What's that, Jamie?
No, I was just going to say, just go back on Steve's question, just because my pet cat's still in there, and with how late in each round the Cowboys picks are. Jeff, would you be inclined to take a punt on Andre Carter from Navy? Because obviously his stock's fallen a little bit because he's got to do his military cert. He would. You
know what? He's an interesting guy.
You could argue would have been 3rd pick anywhere else.
He's a really, really interesting guy, and I have watched his draft stock just absolutely plummet. I mean, plummet. And you look at his junior film, and you say this kid's going to be a 1st-round draft choice, right?
Yeah.
Now, there is some question with him, as with all those academy guys, is when are you going to get him? How much freedom how much you're going to have him? Because they have that tie to the service, right? That they have to take care of.
Yeah.
Normally they work around that. There's a system that they use, but in the last year, I think last 2 years, they've made it more and more difficult on those kids to be able to play pro football. And I think that's hurt Carter's status. I think where Carter's going to go is he'll go about the 4th or 5th round because of all those issues. He didn't test great at the combine. I like the kid. I thought his junior tape was better, way better than his senior tape. I have a friend that coaches at Army. He says the kid's a phenomenal kid and, better athlete, plays as a better athlete than he tests as an athlete.
Yeah, because it's weird because I had to look into his situation.
Sorry, guys. We just missed one of the picks there. Sam
Laporta to the Lions. And I'm seeing that the Raiders have just moved up.
Ooh. There we go. Oh, there we go, Jeff.
Look at the smile on Jeff's face.
Yes, sir. Let's go get some help in the secondary if I'm the Raiders.
So I got left is 1st-round grades is Brian Branch and Michael Meyer. They're my last 2. And then you've still got Hall, Hooker, and Torrance that are high second round grades on my board.
That's the pick in.
Get that down. Ooh, like everybody's gone silent. Like,
Yeah. Well, while we're at that, we actually have our sponsor of the show waiting in the wings here, so we'll get them on right now. Barry, what's happening?
Hey, Noe, let me see where I'm at here now. Oh, there we go. How you doing, guys?
yeah,
Hey,
pretty
Barry.
fast.
Let's go. Let's move up. Let's get another one. Come on.
And we've got as well another person from, well, living in the States at the moment in sunny Hawaii. We've got Jeff Reinbold with us from
Oh,
Sky
hey, Jeff.
Sports
How you
Barry.
doing, man?
I'm doing good, Barry. How long you been a
Say,
Cowboy
looks like
fan,
you're
man?
looks like you're somewhere at the beach or something. Like, wow, that's
I was
pretty
at
cool.
the beach earlier today. I'm sitting on my lanai right now. How long you been a Cowboy fan?
All my life. I started rooting for him when I was a little kid, and they had Bob Hayes, and they had the star and the helmet, and they had the fastest human in the world. I'm like, man, I got to root for this team. And I was living in Pennsylvania. I'm from Pennsylvania, so
Let me tell you something. My favorite Cowboy story was having the opportunity to meet my favorite Cowboy of all freaking time, and I mean of all time. Walt Garrison, who used to be a running back for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
I'm out in Miles City, Montana, which is about as big as your desk, right? And I'm at a rodeo. I'm at a rodeo in Miles City, Montana. And at that point, Walt had just retired and he was working for U.S. Tobacco because he used to do Skoal commercials, right?
yeah.
And he'd take a pinch of Skoal and he'd put it in his cheek and go, "Sure feels relaxing in there." And he'd go, "Skoal, brother." Right?
Yeah.
But I met him at this rodeo, and I'm gonna tell you something. He is he might be the toughest human being I ever met. When he was playing with the Cowboys in the Super Bowl, he bit a hole through his tongue, and there's a picture if you can find it on NFL film. He bites a hole through his tongue, comes to the sideline. He's got freaking blood. You can't even read his number. He's got so much blood on, and he sticks his tongue out. You can see right through his tongue.
Oh man! Wow. Yeah, he's a funny guy. He's hilarious. His health isn't doing too good though. I think he's not doing so good right now. But he is a great guy and a really funny guy. And I'll tell you a really crazy story off the air sometime about Walt.
All right.
We have something in common.
So let's see who the Raiders are picking.
Oh, here we go. And we got a Raider sat right here, like. So is he going to smile or is he going to look shocked? That's the question.
Michael Meyer.
Meyer.
Whoa!
Oh!
Hey, that's pretty good. You guys had a new twist. That's pretty cool. You jumped to that pick.
Need pick, right? What's his nickname, fellas?
Who, Michael Meyer?
Anybody give me his nickname?
I don't know.
Baby Gronk.
Baby Gronk.
Oh, right.
So,
Yeah.
And this is Josh McDaniels now, right here, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure he sees a little bit of Gronk in this kid.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's a good point.
That's a great pick. Like with Dallin Waller no longer in Las Vegas, it makes sense to go for one of the top tight ends in the draft. So makes sense.
Yeah, so in order for the Raiders to move up, they swapped their third round pick and they gave up, I think it's 141 as well. So
is that like a sixth rounder? Fifth rounder?
Fifth rounder, I think. Is that no? It's maybe fourth with all the compensatory picks. Yeah.
Oh,
It's not too bad. It's not too bad.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Yeah.
So, what grade would you give that, Jeff? Your initial thoughts on it?
I like I said about him, he's a productive college player. He's kind of a tweener in the draft in my mind because he can play in line, but he's not a great inline blocker. He can play out in the slot, but he's not a real elusive slot guy there. I think there are better tight ends in the draft for that. but he's an all-around player. I did not like the fact that he catches so many balls against his body.
He is a body
Right?
catcher.
And
Yeah.
I told you the reason for that. When you go to the NFL, when you go to pro football, everybody's faster. The passing lanes are tighter, all of that. So when you cradle balls against your body and don't reach out for the ball and catch it off your body, those DBs have a chance to get at the football more. And it's something that he's going to have to learn how to do for the Raiders. But, again, I'd give it a B. I'd give it a B grade.
Yeah, I'd go higher than that because he was a first round grade on my board, and you've got him in the second round.
I mean,
I had him as the third best night.
It's funny that you just mentioned that there. Literally, like all the highlight reel they were just showing is basically just holding the ball into your chest. There's no extension with the arms like to reach out for the ball. So that's a really interesting point you made there, Jeff. And just to add as well, that's the Rams pick is now in.
I got to run, fellas, but I appreciate it.
Yeah.
This has been a blast. And again, go Cowboys.
Thank you, Jeff.
All right.
Yeah. Pleasure as always, Jeff.
You know we always love talking to you, Jeff. You know it, mate.
Let's do it again after the draft. We'll really chop it up.
Definitely.
Yeah.
All right, Jeff, have a good one.
We'll be in touch. Cheers, Jeff.
Cheers.
What a beautiful man.
What is indeed. Mr. Jeff
Where's he from, Mikey? You said again?
Hawaii he lives.
Hawaii.
He's not originally from there, but that's where he lives now. And he was a coach in the Canadian Football League.
Oh, wow.
And he
And
does
I think he's back with Hawaii as well.
Yeah, so he's works as a anchor type of thing for Sky Sports here in the UK as well. So he covers the NFL for us British viewers. So, but he's so knowledgeable. Like,
he sounded it. Yeah.
And everybody
he is actually coaching at the moment as well. He is with he's director of player development at University of Hawaii now.
Oh, wow.
He's kind of like I'm trying to think of like an equivalent in the UK. I'm trying to think. No, not him. I was trying to think of like who would you say is the equivalent in the UK, Paul, or at Lawn?
Of who?
Of what Jeff Reinbold is to us, who's like the US equivalent.
You probably could say maybe close to Baldy, in a way.
Baldy.
Yeah.
I would say Baldy.
Yeah.
I mean, you could have said John Gruden as well. Back when he was doing the Monday Night Football gig.
Yeah.
Oh, and the pick's selection's about to be announced.
Yeah,
Brian.
I'm just here we go. Okay.
I have now only Brian Branch left as a first round grade on my board.
I wonder if this is another quarterback. I wonder if this is Hendon Hooker.
Oh, no. I've just...
Jeez.
Fiddlesticks.
He was never going to make it to Dallas, though.
He's the first guard taken, right?
Skoronsky, I think we're counting as a guard.
Okay.
Avala's gone. Crap.
Cyrus left, right?
But we
Barry will be happy with that pick, won't you? That's one of your guys, isn't it?
Oh, look, he's in the building.
Hey guys.
You're right, Jeff.
You doing all right?
No, I'm really upset over that Michael Mayer pick. I had to come air my grievances out with you guys. I couldn't think of anywhere better to just like vent my broken heart away at, you know?
You haven't seen the most recent pick then, have you, Jess?
Oh, I'm looking. Look, I knew that the guys that had been talked about heavily in that first round of, Steve Avila or even Michael Mayer were going to be some of the first guys to go in the second round, seeing that they didn't go yesterday. But man, this hurts. This really hurts. Is this how y'all feel like every year when you're watching the draft? Or like, I don't know, guys. This is heartbreaking. But for me, Michael Mayer was really high up on my list well before his name became a little bit more mainstream. So having a hard time detaching with that one. The Raiders already had to take Jason Witten away from us once, and it feels like history repeating itself in a little bit of a way with this comparable to Jason Witten, a younger, faster version of Jason Witten. So it's a little sad.
Oh, here comes the Seahawks.
Yeah. That was quick.
That was very quick. Jeez.
They obviously had someone they wanted, yeah.
Derek Hall.
And that he was one of the 30 visits for Dallas as well.
Yeah.
So we're getting wiped out right now.
But to make things even worse, did you guys talk about the Eagles draft yet?
Oh, let's not talk about that.
Yeah, I don't really want to make things worse. That was pretty bad.
I don't want to talk about those filthy, dirty birds at all. I really don't. I have no time.
All right, while you're here, then, Jess, right? What do you think on the Mazi Smith pick?
I love it. Yeah. I'm all in on it, and to me, it shows the seriousness of wanting to improve. You're seeing immediate improvement from this team following the loss to.
Oh, there's been a trade.
Oh,
yep.
A trade.
Falcons are now on the board.
They've traded 44 and 110 for 38.
Oof.
Wow.
They've given up quite a bit there.
Yep.
But I do. And you're quite right as well, Jess, because but if you think about it, if you go back, say just even 10 years ago, of their philosophy on their first round pick, you think they would never have taken Mazi Smith back then. So there seems to be a dynamic change, as well as how honest they are about who they're going to take in the first round. That's certainly changed.
Yeah, and you know what? I mean, when you can expect change immediately with your first round, you're doing pretty dang good in the draft already. I mean, he is going to have an immediate impact. And I was actually at the start today. I didn't get to walk around with him and see all of that, but just catching up with the people that did and seeing what I did see of him in the press conference, he fits right in this locker room. I mean, he is the epitome of a Dallas Cowboy. You talk to him, and even just seeing his mom's reaction, it was really, really sweet hearing in the press conference today when he was talking about how he wants to show his mom bigger things than she ever thought that she could experience. All of us were tearing up in there. I mean, it was a beautiful moment. So he is a Dallas Cowboy, and I'm so excited to see him. That man is huge. I mean, I'm only 4'11" and a half, so I'm not very tall at all. I'm not even 5 feet tall. And he was towering. Okay, he was towering me. And so that doesn't say much because, again, I'm very short, but big guy. And he just looks like somebody that you do not want to be on an opposing offense with. Let me say.
Totally. Because when you see the photograph with him, with Osa DeGazua and Tyler Smith, you're like, whoa, hold on a minute here. What the hell?
Yeah, and you know what I really like about him is he's just so ready to work. And he has that work ethic that you see very similar to Micah Parsons, D-Law. Yeah. Again, just he's ready to get to work. And you love that.
You kind of expect that blue collar attitude though, from a Big Ten defensive lineman, and he really does have it. You notice that super disciplined too.
Bergeron's gone as well. The offensive.
Bergeron.
Yeah. O-line is getting wiped out, man.
Hey, it's okay. Cyrus Torrance is still there. We still got the Gator. We still got the Gator in there.
If you hear my dog crying, so sorry in advance.
Oh, have you ever watched some of these shows? We get all sorts going on over here.
Well, we're not crying. Our eyes are dead from last night. So
what time is it? What time is it for you guys?
It's 20 minutes to 1.
you're in for another long night. I'm
we
assuming.
we didn't finish till about what 5:30 in the morning.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Yeah.
I was writing the articles at that time going in, so I was still up.
Yeah, I have to say, I don't know why I didn't go to sleep. I just decided to join all these Twitter spaces and just still talk, and I regret it.
I did see your name popping about while I was doing a Twitter article.
Trust me,
I did the Twitter article, and just because, you know, ladies first, did a little blog in the boys segment. Jess Navarez, first one on there, had to be done.
You know what? I appreciate.
I just showed you the love. Just showed you the love.
That's so nice.
Yeah.
That's so nice. You know what? Not a lot of people were showing me love saying tight end in the first round. Let me say, I haven't been getting a lot of love this off-season draft edition because of that. But this is one time I'm glad to be wrong with that, because I really am a big fan of what we got out of the first round, not taking a tight end. Although my heartbreak continues into day 2, seeing that Michael Mayer is going to the Raiders.
Yeah.
That gave me chills down my spine.
Who are you hoping the Cowboys take then?
You know, I'm not really dead set on a player at this point. What I really want to address is you address the run defense, which was a big issue going into, you know, even the start of last season. You saw it early on, and then the playoff game that ended up being one of the downfalls for that loss. But for me now, shore up that O-line. Get me a big guy in the O-line and get your O-line sturdy. Your D-line, your trenches are looking so good on the other side of the ball. Let's shore up the O-line, and let's make sure that the Cowboys have Dak ready to go behind a wall of big guys. So, again, Stephen Jones had mentioned in one of his press conferences leading up to the draft that they like to have a lot of those big guys. They like to have a lot of extra guys. So I will say, as much as I wanted to see a tight end in this round, I would be cool with seeing an O-line guy. Just give me a big guy on the O-line. Let's even it out a little bit, you know?
Everybody, like, for me, like, you cannot never have enough O-line. You can never have enough of them. Like, the more the better. It's just like, and that's the pick in for Carolina. So we'll bring the screen up once it's ready for the selection.
Is this going to be a pick to give Bryant Young some weapons? I think
this could be Josh Downs.
Yeah.
I said at the very start, as long as the Cowboys address inside defensive line and inside offensive line in this draft early, they tick boxes for me, and they've already gone halfway there. So they do it in the second round. That's basically it. After that, now you're kind of just filling it with all the other sort of parts, because they've really had this weird change of philosophy this year in free agency, and you're seeing that effect now in the draft.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people like to discredit that change is coming from Mike McCarthy. I think a lot of people like to skim over it and just be like, oh, what suddenly changed within the Joneses? That this is a new philosophy. Nothing has changed there. It's just that you have a head coach that has a proven track record of getting you good guys in the draft with that draft and develop mindset. CeeDee Lamb, Trayvon Diggs, 2 clear examples of that Jerry gave credit to at the beginning of the week. Really, to Mike's expense. Thank gosh, he gave credit where credit was due there. But I think what you're seeing is Jerry trusts and respects everything that Mike is saying, and he's not just taking it for face value. You're seeing a front office that really is all in on a head coach, because he is continues to prove why he knows what he's talking about.
100%.
I'm all for Mike. I will not let anybody discredit that man, because he's done so much. It's frustrating when people try to discredit him. It really is, because he's setting up a really good program, and he's the guy. He is the guy.
Like,
go on, Paul. Go on.
Since the departure of Mike Nolan, right? Let's not talk about that season. 2020 was just a weird season in general, right?
We don't talk about the
We'll never talk about the details of that season. But since then, we're winning records. We've been reaching the playoffs. I mean, what more can you ask for? Like, obviously, the ultimate goal is to get to the Super Bowl, but in the projection where we're going with Mike McCarthy, it's on the positive, it's on the upside. So, right on.
Yeah. And I've said, I'm totally with you on Mike McCarthy getting his dues, because, like, as well as on top of that, think about what happened last season when you lose, you're already starting the season short-handed because Tyron Smith's injured, Jabril Cox is recovering, Michael Gallup isn't starting. Then you lose Dak and a bunch of other players as well.
Jonathan Mingo.
Oh wow,
yeah,
interesting. But yeah, you look at that, and then even through all of that, you go through all of that controversy, and then because he's a head coach that has to keep all of this together,
Right.
and you still make it to the postseason. You beat Tampa Bay in the wild card round, and you just you have to give him credit where credit's due, I think, and sometimes that gets overlooked.
You slayed the Tom Brady dragon. I mean, Tom Brady's last game ever played was a loss to the Dallas Cowboys. What else could you want?
I was just going to say, finally we slayed that dragon. Like, I just like the fact that knowing that Tom Brady finally retired, knowing the fact that he lost to the Dallas Cowboys. That
Jess was reading my mind. Because I literally was I came back on to say that we finally sorted out the Tom Brady issue and sent him for retirement.
Look, it's something that I think about.
Get rid of Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, if I'm having a bad day, I'm like, the Cowboys beat Tom Brady in his last game ever.
This is a question. So this is a question I've got for you, Jess. Right? Thanksgiving game. What is the chances it's going to be against the Jets?
Look, I think it's highly likely because what else is going to drive views like Aaron Rodgers and the Dallas Cowboys? But you know what? I'm not afraid. Just like they slayed the Tom Brady dragon, slay the Aaron Rodgers dragon on Thanksgiving with the most viewership. I'm not afraid because what people seem to forget is, yes, you're talking about Aaron Rodgers, an absolute GOAT when it comes to football. As much as I hate to admit it, he's so well respected when he's playing Aaron Rodgers style football. Look, you haven't seen Aaron Rodgers playing at an elite top level for a while now. People seem to forget he didn't even make it into the playoffs last season. So the Jets, yes, although they do have a few things to offer him, I don't think it's a complete team for him yet. Just like any other team that you see when you get a good quarterback, in this case, they get a very great quarterback, you have to build around him, and that takes time. We've seen that really within every scope of the Dallas Cowboys the last 3 seasons, and now we're barely getting to the point where you're seeing it fully complete and make a full circle because they were able to retain guys and make these splash signings this offseason. With Aaron Rodgers, I mean, yes, he's going to be Aaron Rodgers no matter what, and to be fair, he doesn't need a lot of weapons to be successful, but at the end of the day, he's not as elite as Aaron Rodgers once was. So slay that dragon on Thanksgiving or whenever they decide to do it. I am not afraid. I'm actually really wanting that. I'm on that side of that.
But we'll all be there for it. We're coming out to that.
That's my too. I think they are going to play the Jets on Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Let's party. Let's party.
Barry, who's below, is actually organizing it for us. So we're all coming out for Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you let me know, and let's party when the Cowboys beat the Jets, aka Aaron Rodgers-led Jets, if it ends up being on Thanksgiving.
Yeah. If there's one game I thought the demise of Aaron Rodgers was going down, it was actually the game in Wembley against the Giants. He was terrible in that game. Absolutely terrible.
Head wasn't in that game.
It reminded me of Russell Wilson in the Super Bowl, what he throwing that interception in the red zone.
Well, that's the game where he apparently broke his finger.
So he said.
So he says, yeah.
Okay, what's the Saints gonna do?
Let's see.
Also,
I'm taking notes as we're doing this. I don't know why I tend to look at my notes better when they're handwritten, which is such a pain to do. I would rather type, but they're more organized when I handwrite them. For some reason.
I wonder if this is going to be Musgrave, just to further just drive it in.
Possibly.
Who?
Isaiah Foskey.
Oh, Isaiah Foskey. Yeah.
Actually, that right. Your comp, Mike, has got him as Marcus Davenport, which is obviously another Saints defensive end. So
yeah.
Where do you guys have Osiris on your board, and is it worth it to move up and grab a second starter on day one?
I'm just finding Foskey on my board now. He's a little further down than I'm thinking.
272, Mike.
Oh, there you go. Further down than I was looking
Throw
for.
out there real quick too, while we were on the topic of Aaron Rodgers against the Cowboys, all that. I want Mike McCarthy to get his redemption win because I was really disappointed, obviously, against the loss to the Packers last season for many reasons. Most of which was just you could tell it was eating him that they lost that game. I mean, that was the game he was looking forward to, whether he admits it or not. I mean, come on. You go back to your old workplace and you want to win. You want to prove, look, I'm doing great things here too. And yeah, I want Mike to get his win against Aaron Rodgers. I'm so for that.
100%.
Yeah, because I'm trying to remember. Wasn't it some weird statistic that if Mike McCarthy beat Green Bay last year, he would have been like only one of like 3 head coaches in the history of NFL to beat every team?
Something like that. Something like that. It's insane. I mean, how people continue to discredit Mike McCarthy is beyond me. I was watching something on NFL Network the day everything came out about Aaron Rodgers finally, keyword finally, going to the Giants. And it had Mike McCarthy interviewing and how, you know, he was so impressed by Aaron Rodgers early on, seeing things that people weren't talking about with Aaron Rodgers being the elite quarterback until years later, and he saw it just when Aaron Rodgers was in college. I mean, this guy's an eye for talent and nuances that is so special. So for him to be taking over the play calling, oh my gosh, guys, I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
I'm all for.
That's the thing is, what I was going to say. I mean, everybody goes on about, you know, Sean Payton this and Sean Payton that. If you actually look at them in the record of coaching at the moment, they're very much the same. They've only got one Super Bowl each. The records are pretty much, you know, just above 500. I think they're 571 each or something like that, you know. So there is nothing between them. The only reason why people are going on about Sean Payton is because Sean Payton was here as a member of Bill Parcells' staff back in the early 2000s. You know, I'm quite happy with the job that McCarthy has done. I mean, that.
I think too, when it comes to sometimes when you're looking at the bigger scope of the conversation within Cowboys Nation, because it's the Dallas Cowboys, they want the flashy name, they want the flashy pick, they want, you know, the most well-known guy in the room, and sometimes the sexy choice is not the best choice, right? I mean, look at the prime example of the entire Johnny Football fiasco, you know what I mean?
We were talking about that earlier, actually.
That's insane. That feels like a fever dream now. I can't believe that actually happened. Like that is a part of NFL history forever. And we lived through that. We saw that happen. But you know, I think as Cowboys fans, sometimes you have to just take a step back and be like, is that actually the best choice, or is that just the most well-known sexy choice? I mean,
like, was his career as good as Zach Martin's?
I mean, I was going to say, it's like, because even when you look at yesterday, like when we first reacted to Mazzy Smith, we were like, huh? But after processing and just taking it in, okay, is he the best player available in a position of need? You could say yes. And what was our biggest weakness in our defense? We got that guy who just stopped it. That we were ranked 29th. And this guy's an immediate impact on our run defense. So
how many years have we been talking about that too? Get a big load there, the defensive line.
So now thinking about it, I'm like, you know what? I'm on board. I can really support this pick now. Like after like me and Brian especially, we reacted quite negative at first.
I'm going to ask a question, and look, let's go round the horn on this, right? Because 24 hours removed, right? Our issue still, I know run defense is an issue, but our issue in the last 2 games against the 49ers in the playoffs, we couldn't score enough, and we haven't fixed that yet. We might fix this in the second and third round.
Oh, here comes the Cardinals.
I reckon this is going to be Byron Young, Tennessee. That's my thought.
Let's see.
They need defensive lines so bad.
They need a lot of things so bad.
Yeah, that's true. That is very true.
Trailer Murray needs an extra 7 inches.
Right.
Let's see.
BG Ojulari.
Okay.
Ah.
Yeah, that works too.
Yeah, that's a solid pick.
Yeah.
I like that pick.
Meg will be happy now an NSU player's gone.
Mike, where do you have Osiris on your sheet there, on your big board there with all those colors?
25th.
He is number 25. So we still got Brian Branch on my board, who's still a first round grade, who is available. Then Hendon Hooker, and then Osiris Torrance. So he's still there. And I know, Paul, you said before about you worry about Osiris Torrance because he's a right guard and wanting to play left.
It's the position flex I'm not a big fan of. Like, I understand it does have its values of having offensive linemen, you can move them about and stuff like that, but you're not going to get proper development by doing that. Like, we saw the difference in 1 year with Conor McGovern, like, just being set at left guard. He improved game by game just by staying at left guard, whereas the previous years he was going at left guard, right guard, tackle, center, and we were only seeing any development.
Fullback.
That was quick.
Wow.
Oh, Packers are in. Jeez.
I don't know if y'all can hear my dog squeaking over here. He's clearly not happy.
What dog have you got, Nick, Jess?
So his name is Wit, short for Witten.
I like it.
And he's a boxer Boston Terrier mix. He's just as awkward looking.
That's Luke Musgrave off the board.
Let's see.
Luke Musgrave.
Oh. No. My heart just broke a little more now. Although, yeah, saw that kind of.
I'll tell you who's still there, though.
Washington.
Lunda Wells loved Washington, didn't he? So.
Yeah, and also there's Kraft as well, but he'll be like third round, I think. Like Brian
the thing is, I know everybody liked Luke Musgrave and they like Dalton Kincaid too, and I'm a fan of them both. But I just think that you have Luke Musgrave and you've got Dalton Kincaid already on your roster with Ferguson and Hendershot. I think they, as good and as talented as they are, they would have been too much of what the Cowboys already have. Like, that's my only personal opinion on them as prospects for Dallas.
I think we need to check on Bobby Bell. Apparently, he really wanted Musgrave. Apparently.
For me, too, something about Musgrave was it always worries me a little bit when there's an injury history, especially with something with tight end when you're talking about the scheme and how the Dallas Cowboys are going to utilize them in multiple ways, and just kind of how the tight end role is really forming within the NFL these days. You have to be ready to go in three ways, right? You have to play on the line, play as guard sometimes, you have to block, and then you have to be a receiver on top of that. So for me, the injury history had me a little bit worried, but he looked great. I mean, even post-injury, he looked great. I was high on Luke early on, so I'm a little sad, not gonna lie.
And the Jets pick is in.
Yep.
Coming in thick and fast.
Yep.
I know. These are going hard.
And I'm like, my Twitter, everybody's retweeting my Steve Avila thing at the moment. So, like, I keep getting notifications. I'm going to have to turn it off. I'm in the middle of trying to do something here.
Hey, Paul, you just mentioned Bobby Bell. They just said he's walking out. What's he mad at?
He loves Luke Musgrave.
Does he?
Yeah.
Also with me on that Michael Mayer train too. So we're both going through it tonight together. So Bobby's not alone. We're gonna check on him. We're gonna make sure losses properly.
I'm very interested to see where my guy is going to land up because it's not going to be the Cowboys. I had a big love for the Baylor defensive tackles, Siaki Aika. So that's out the question for the Cowboys. So, I'm really interested to see where he's going to end up.
I think really.
Would we not double dip?
Nah, no. I don't see it. No, I would have said yes, but what's going against it is the Eagles taking Jalen Carter. because the Eagles have taken Jalen Carter, I think you really have to now. It puts more emphasis on the offensive line.
So the Jets are selecting.
Ooh.
Joe Tippmann. Oh, the center.
Okay.
The
Very
Wisconsin.
good player. Very, very good player. To get him
Yeah.
at this position, at this far down in the draft, that's really good value. I like that pick for them.
But going back to the question, you had, Brian, earlier on, just before you dropped off, I think the whole thing with Mazzy, you say we haven't done anything for the offense. Yes, we haven't. But one of the things last year is teams were able to run on us, which meant that the clock, it was a shortened game clock when our offense was on. If you take away that by addressing your run defense, then they've got to pass more. They're going to end up in lots of third and longs. That then means that our offense gets on the field and should get on the field a lot earlier as well with better field position.
Good point. Good point.
And we still were third or fourth best offense last season, even though obviously we were missing parts.
I like the point you're making, Lauren. I'm kind of, one of the things when I was doing most of the post game shows, one of the big stats that I looked at was time of possession, and our time of possession was almost always less than 50%. And when you go back to Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers in their pomp at Green Bay, they had 38 minutes as time of possession. Rodgers was getting the ball out at 1 second left on the play clock. And that's one of the things I'm hoping to see in this upcoming season, because Kellen had an ants in his pads, literally like 10 seconds on the play clock. Let's get the play going. And hopefully McCarthy will say, look, steady, take your time, use the clock.
That's
Here's one for you.
From the Colts.
Yeah, is this going to be Hendon Hooker?
No. What?
Potentially
for the Colts. Yeah,
potentially. Yeah,
they just drafted Richardson.
Yeah, they just got Richardson.
Oh no, they did. Yes, they did. You're right. Yeah.
No, but Irsay was on Twitter. Jim Irsay was on Twitter saying, "Hey, will we take Will Levis in the second round?" So why would they not take Hendon Hooker?
Wow, that's too bad.
Nah, I don't see it.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Guys,
Maybe
I
this
have
is
to
Brian
head out
Branch.
and go to the Star, but
Nice.
I will hopefully pop back in a little bit later after we know the
We'll be
names
here.
of our future Dallas Cowboys. So I'm going to pop back in a little later, but let's see what happens. Let's see.
Yeah.
All
Obviously.
the war room right now.
Yes. Just need a big inhale, exhale, and away we go.
That was for everybody watching. Let's breathe together. And just know, again, let's go back to, if it's not the sexy pick, that's okay. That doesn't make it a bad pick. If it's not the best name that you had in mind, it doesn't make it a bad pick. So, fine. I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, Jess. We'll schedule
Speak to you later, Jess.
The wonderful Jess.
That was the great Jess Navarez. Yeah, the great Jess Navarez.
Yes,
we've spent many hours talking on Twitter with her during the game or before a game.
Yeah, so she'll be coming on the World's team with me while Meg is going to be on holiday in Mexico.
Nice.
Is it next week? Yeah, next week. So that'll be a fun show.
I think this is going to be Brian Branch. This is Brian Branch. I'm telling you.
Brian Branch. Oh
no! I'm not saying it is. I just think that's my prediction.
No. I like that. I think that makes sense. Oh, it's not ready yet.
Ooh.
Sorry, yeah, when I go out for a walk in the morning with the dog, Jess is normally one of the first people I actually listen to in the morning on my podcast. So especially the daily updates. But I mean, just that latest show that Derek Eagleton's got going with the girls, girls talk, boys talk. That's really good as well. So I mean, hats off to Derek for that. I mean, he seems to get people in, and just you see them. It starts off a bit sketchy at the beginning of the year, and then the knowledge that they suddenly, they improve as everybody that they've ever brought in improves as the season goes on, and then by the end of it, you're
Julius
loving
Brent.
the shows. So
Yeah, she seems real personable too.
Julius
Yeah,
Brent.
no, she is. Yeah. I'm
Ah, I didn't know-
surprised.
yeah, I'm surprised about that one.
The only thing he's fine. The only thing I'm wondering is why, because he is Brian Branch, but just less talented. So it's very
Yeah,
weird.
so
They're almost the exact type of player.
is there injury concerns with Branch then?
Size is the problem. It's his size. So the biggest problem going against Branch is that he's under 6 foot tall, and he's like 180 pounds. So the problem you got, and he doesn't have great length because people have him down as a safety, but for me, I see him more as a slot corner. Because he's so small.
Detroit's moved up.
The Commanders took Emmanuel Forbes, and he's like 160 pounds.
Did you say the Detroit's moved up?
Yep.
Wow.
There you go. There's my board. So you can see they're the top line players.
Mm-hmm.
No,
just pulling up a comment here from Lebarski, because the tight end talk is coming in. Like, obviously, 4 are gone now. Sounds like people don't like Darnell Washington. Mike, what is the issue here with Darnell Washington? Is it just that he's raw and he played second fiddle to Brock Bowers in that Georgia offense last year?
It's going to be that the stigma against him is going to be the production. So you already alluded to why the production is so low, is because there was another tight end on his roster that is maybe twice as good. But what you've seen, and I kind of have to like speak from both sides of my mouth because I've said about the whole combine thing, but you saw the body control that for a guy the size that he has, because he made, that twisting catch that was like on the back shoulder and he had to come round and catch it. He does have that there. The talent is there. You've seen it in spurts in games, but because obviously what Stetson Bennett was doing and targeting the other tight end Bowers so much, because he was picking on to Bowers so much, Darnell Washington really didn't get to show that, because he does have it. It is in there. It's locked in there. So because the talent and the production is so low, people go, do I really want a guy that scored only 2 touchdowns in college? Like, what's going on there? And that's the biggest problem. That's the stigma.
But then Washington was his first sort of target when you were in the red zone as well. I mean,
48th overall, 159 overall for the number 45. Wow.
So who would you like? Who would you guys like next?
Schmitz. John Michael Schmitz.
Yeah,
but I don't see him being there at 58.
But you say that Cyrus Torrance is still there, Paul. There you go. So just so you know, all the ones in yellow are picked. So the ones that aren't yellow are basically still available. So you still have Branch. That would be crazy, mind you. But you got Torrance.
Cody Mock is still there, Paul.
Oh,
yeah,
hey, I'll take that in a heartbeat.
Dewan Jones.
Get the guy.
Darnell Washington is still there.
Honestly, like I do like Cody Mock. Like, the guy looks as though he actually chews cans for a living.
Yeah, he looks like one of those big old farm boys from the
Farmer Street.
What about this though? What about Zach Charbonnet?
I don't have an issue.
No issue.
I don't have an issue with it. But I'm going to pull up a couple of comments here that the guys are sending in. So Joe is asking, what's the drop off on the O-line after Torrance and Schmitz? And then DJ Dog is really rooting for Zavala from North Carolina State.
Zavala's great, yeah.
So there's a lot of options on the O-line if we're going O-line.
Yeah.
We've seen guys like Bergeron going, and Bergeron's actually lower down than a lot of, in a lot of the draft books.
This is what we've been talking about. It's like every team or every analyst everyone is literally have different grades. Like this guy could be a late second rounder. Some people have him as an early second rounder. Some guys might be a fifth rounder. They could other guys might find they're a early third rounder. Like it's all over the place. And this is what I am thinking this second and third round, we might actually have an absolute belter of a second and third round here. Just depends what other teams have in their draft board.
Yeah. Now, if we can get an Ogard, I think starter, and then we got Mozzie. Yeah. I think that's a great first 2 rounds.
But exactly that. And like one of the questions we had in the mailbag was like, what's the most important thing coming out the draft? And I said, as long as they come away in day 1 and day 2 with it addressing the inside, defensive and offensive line, you've ticked boxes, and they could very much do it. And I made the comment today about the other good thing about the Mozzie Smith is the depth at defensive tackle. So you go and get one of the better defensive tackles in a draft that has very little talent, in that pool. You could do the same here, and if they are going to take an offensive guard with this pick, which I think they should, then that is definitely their philosophy, where they're looking at how much talent is there, how much talent depth is there, how much of the talent gap is there. Right, let's hedge our bets and go straight in for this, and we'll address the positions that have a lot of depth later in the draft.
Ryan Branch is off the board.
There you go.
That's all your first rounders, Mike.
That's all of them gone. So, now I can move my border.
So we still got about 4 good guards possibilities out of 12 picks to go, right?
Yeah. I'm just going to throw this in here because I've seen Lebarski's comment here, and Broadus made this comment last week.
Yeah.
Drew Sanders is still available. Deion Henley is still available.
Drew Sanders, wow.
We do need linebackers.
Can you imagine if we get Drew Sanders? That'd be crazy.
So we've now got New England on the clock.
So again, if they did go linebacker, going back to what I was saying originally, is that linebacker, the talent depth isn't there. So offensive guard and linebacker, the depth is very small. It's a shallow position in terms of talent depth.
Yeah.
So if you go linebacker, go on, mate.
Yeah, I was just to say, just to add on top of it, but when you look at the talent pool for like a running back and tight end, you could get those guys in the 4th round.
Yeah. So you think because people keep saying about wide receiver. Personally, I think they're going to use one of their last few picks on wide receiver. It's not a very talented position as it is, but since they brought in Brandon Cooks, it's not like it's this massive extraneous need anymore. It's more like we need to fill it up because it's a West Coast offense and we need a lot of position flex there in terms of different types. So I just think that in terms of cornerback, lots of depth there. Tight end, lots of depth there. Running back, lots of depth there. So you really, if you're going to say we've done what we needed to do with defensive tackles, this is not much depth. We could do the same with guard. We could do the same with linebacker, address these early. Now the rest of the draft will take whatever falls to us.
Yeah, I think, too, is with the linebacker, there's a lot of question marks. Like, where's Jabril Cox and Damone Clark with their injuries? I think they're both going to step it up this year, because when you look at Gallup last year, he kind of seemed like he was hampered still. Well, now Jabril and Damone have a whole season through them. And they could be great. I mean, if they're great, we're in great shape.
I'm really excited for Damone Clark. Really excited for him.
Yeah.
Like for him to make that small impact that he did after coming up with surgery, like what is he going to be like after a full training camp, full off season, going into year 2? That it's interesting.
Yeah, Drew might have to just get his confidence. I mean, before he got hurt, those preseason games, I mean, he was in every other freaking play, it seemed like.
I'm predicting Osiris Torrance, yeah.
Mike, stop doing that.
I just said my prediction. I'm not saying that's who it is. I'm predicting.
I know. But
we're still 2 picks away, but they've just actually Tampa Bay and Green Bay seem to have swapped on NFL Network, so that looks like there's another trade happened.
I'm going to pose another question to you guys here, right? I'm going to pose another question.
I hope it's
There's a lot of wide receivers available right? Jalen Hyatt,
Yeah.
Cedric Tillman,
Nathaniel.
Josh Downs, Tank
Yeah.
Dell.
Yep.
You have a lot of wide receivers. Could wide receiver be in play now as well? Because
Possibly.
there's a lot of players available.
Take Jalen Hyatt off your board. Forget about that because Jalen Hyatt is Brandon Cooks. So forget it. You don't need another.
You need lots.
Yeah, you do. You do need
Like,
a slew of them for the West Coast.
Who's our fourth choice? Who's our fifth choice receiver? We don't really have.
No, I know. I agree.
So you need to get those bodies in now.
Yeah, yeah.
And Gallup had a poor season last season. You need to see what you have in him this season. And if he's done at the NFL level, you have to have someone ready to step into his shoes in 2024. And they need to be there all of this season. So why not take one now?
Dell, if it was Tank Dell, makes total sense. I don't want Jalen Hyatt because you've already got him on your roster, and I don't want Josh Downs because you've already got him on your roster too.
Brian, can you hide the comment, please?
Yeah, sorry, Paul.
Cheers. So
I don't feel this is going
to. I think this is wide receiver. I think this is going to be a wide receiver.
I think it's Osiris Torrance. Honestly, I feel that this is where he's going to go. Makes total sense for the Patriots to take him.
Now, Mike.
I know. And so I'm only predicting. If I mention a player as my prediction, I'm not.
Jalen Hyatt. I'm going to say Jalen Hyatt. That's what I'm saying.
Nah, they never.
Darnell Washington.
Oh, Keon White.
Oh, Keon White. Interesting.
Wow, gosh, there've been a lot of defensive ends going so far. Tons of them.
There's a lot of good ones.
Yeah.
I am a fan of Keon. I quite liked him. I'm just trying to find him on my board.
And stemming from that, is defensive end in play here? Because we do need another defensive end.
I think again, this is going to be a position they address in day 3.
Yeah. I think it's the lowest priority.
12 picks, 4 guards left.
Yeah. So in terms of what I got, so I mean, because the guys are talking about the guards, so we've got Osiris Torrance left on the board. Where else are we looking? DeJuan Jones. Yeah, you got Cody Mark here at
John Michael Schmitz.
John Michael Schmitz is still available. You got Luke Weipler from Ohio State. He's center, but you can kick him to guard. He would work at guard.
So there's actually 5 then.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
Then
you got as you say, Chandler Zavala. He's still in there.
Oh, yeah, so
I know there's one more, Blake Freeland, but he's more of a tackle, and he's not somebody really.
We might be in good shape for an old guard. I think
it would work.
I hope so. I just hope there's not like a offensive line spurt like there was with the wide receivers yesterday.
Oh, right. Washington's selection has just come up on NFL Network and been announced, so I'm surprised it's not on your ESPN.
No,
Jatavius Martin, cornerback, Illinois.
That's a bad pick. That's terrible.
There we go. Keep knocking them off.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. I'm saying it's terrible.
Players down. It keeps
players
down to us.
I don't like. I understand with them wanting to take a corner, but they could have done better there. There's so much more. They could have taken Keely Ringo if they really wanted to.
They haven't marked as a safety.
Nah, no way. He's somewhere who can dance in between.
Oh, and Tampa's pick is in as well.
Tampa needs a running back.
Here we go. Yes, Tampa does need a running back. Hopefully, this is where I win my bet against RJ.
What was that one?
Mike, what was your bet?
That A-Chain goes before Antonio Johnson. So A-Chain becomes the first Texas A&M player off the board.
Buccaneers Bucks pick is in.
Yeah. Hooah.
And so I'm liking Lebarski's comment here. He's telling us that Washington are beefing up their secondary. I don't know if you can say they're beefing up when they've taken one of the smallest players in this draft class and Emmanuel Forbes.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that pick. Like, there's so much more about. They could have taken Cam Smith if they wanted to, and you say they could push him to safety, or then take Jordan Battle. Then there's your safety.
NFL Network saying that he had a 91 grade for run defense as a cornerback. So I think that's potentially why you're doing it. Oh, Paul, you're not going to like this.
Oh, don't tell me it's Cody Mark, is it?
Oh, jeez.
That's all right.
What the heck were they doing? Not taking a running back, darn it.
But here's your trouble is that this is the run at the moment of offensive linemen, because you've got Steelers, they could do with offensive line. Tampa Bay could double dip. Miami, they need offensive line. You could argue Seattle kind of do, but Chicago, they're another one that could use some. So it's like this at the moment. I know we were feeling happy and confident, but this is the run. But the most interesting
said that
thing,
5 minutes ago.
The most interesting thing, though, for me, is that we're talking all of this, but nobody's talking about they could do with a tight end. They could do with a running back here. There's none of that at the moment. And that is all falling towards Dallas. And that's what I'm thinking in terms of that. That, okay, you're going to have a run of offensive linemen at this stage. It is coming. But it's not a bad thing because the other players that the Cowboys are looking at are going to keep dropping down to them. And that I can live with.
So, Mike, you said Tampa Bay there, but Tampa Bay swapped with Green Bay, so Green Bay's up after. So, so it's Steelers followed by
Pick is in for the Steelers.
Green Bay.
Yeah.
This could be a cornerback.
I think it's offensive line.
Well, they've lost two cornerbacks in the offseason, so it makes sense.
There we go. All updated.
Yeah, they lost Cam Sutton and William Jackson III. The Steelers. Could be Trenton Simpson from Clemson.
That works. I think DeJuan Jones.
Yeah.
That's a very, very much a Steelers type of pick. And then you think then that they can relax for the rest of day two because they've taken Joey Porter and they've taken DeJuan. So that's a great double punch in the second round for them.
Who did they pick in the first again? Bodgett Jones. Bodgett Jones, the tackle.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of people are now kind of saying in the chat here that they're liking the idea of Deion Henley or Trenton Simpson.
Possibly.
As linebacker for 58.
I think I just looking at the way things are sitting, I just think that the way the talent gap is, and by the way, I like the Keely Ringo idea, Paul. You sold me on it. But I think if you think which way looks better, taking a linebacker now, an offensive lineman later, or an offensive lineman now and a linebacker later, I prefer it that way. because of just like there's more options that way than it is if you take a linebacker now and a guard later. There's more options for you at linebacker.
Josh Downs is still on the board.
But here's the thing, Mike, and we look at what we were talking about last night in terms of we were saying, look at all the talent that's here for us. Brian Breesy, Brian Branch, Miles Murphy, Michael Mayer, the tight ends. And none of us mentioned Mazzy Smith. Valenti was the only one who talked about Mazzy Smith. So are they playing smoke and mirrors with us again?
Possibly.
This is what's going to happen.
The only thing I disagree with is that they have looked at a lot of offensive linemen in the pre-draft process, but they also looked at a lot of wide receivers, and
a lot of tight ends.
Like it would be extremely weird to bring in all these guys on visits just purely on the basis of we don't want to tip our hand. That's that's a complete waste of your pre-draft and how you're able to look in depth at players. It would be a waste.
Oh, Keanu Benton from Wisconsin. Oh,
yeah, that's a good pick.
Yeah,
it's a solid pick.
Steelers are making good picks this year.
Yeah, but it's not too flashy. They're basically building their foundation.
Yeah.
I was completely worried, right? When it got to the All-Star period during the preseason, I was looking at defensive linemen, and I was like, my God, this talent group is like really very small. This is really crazy to watch. And then the Senior Bowl, you've seen guys like Keanu Benton play really, really well, and all of a sudden you're just kind of like feeling a little bit better about the position. And Keanu Benton is exactly one of those guys where you got to like the Senior Bowl, you've seen him play, and you go, oh, okay, I can tick some boxes on this now. And that's exactly what Benton was.
I'm gonna reply to Graham's comment. Like, he knows I'm an O-line guy. Sorry, the Packers pick is now in. I like Osiris Torrance. I do like him, but can he play left guard?
Yeah.
But according to his stats, he's not played one single snap.
Yeah, okay. And the reason I'm saying yes is not on the player, on the Cowboys coaching staff, because we've seen them do it already. Like, would you have said Tyron Smith, who has played a lifetime at left tackle, could play right tackle?
But
he's never taken a single snap.
You're thinking position flex here.
Yeah,
I get Mike's point, because if you look at it,
you're saying
exact same. Zach Martin
played left. Sorry, guys. Jaden Reed, wide receiver, Michigan, just went off the board.
Okay,
sorry.
But what I'm saying is, you're saying
Green Bay.
He's never taken a snap at left guard. Well, Tyron Smith has never taken a snap at right tackle, and he did it.
But it clearly showed the difference, though.
But he did it. He did it. And
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The quality difference was significantly different. You're not getting 100% from Tyron Smith at right tackle. You're getting a fraction of that.
Yep.
It's less, but to a degree where he was effective. You need him just to be effective.
I disagree.
I'm just going to call this out, right? Green Bay Packers have had 2 selections so far. They've had 42 and 50. They've taken tight end and wide receiver. What is Aaron Rodgers thinking right now?
Yeah, I know.
Right, so the Dolphins pick is in. Oh, here we go. I'm calling this. This is Torrance. This has got to be Torrance for this one. I think this is.
I think you're right down there at Florida. He's probably.
Yeah. It makes sense, though.
Too good to be true.
It could go quarterback if Tua is retiring.
Yeah.
Just an idea.
Oh, yeah, maybe Hooker.
Yeah.
Could be. Very good shout.
Cam Smith, cornerback from South Carolina.
You're right, cornerback.
Yeah.
Did you say it, Paul?
No, I said guard. I said Osiris Torrance.
Osiris Torrance made a lot of sense, mind you.
Yeah.
This seems to be a defensive heavy draft in terms of just across the board. It seems to be defensemen.
It makes sense because obviously with Byron Jones is retired, they haven't really filled up that position. So Cam Smith, it makes sense.
The only issue I got is with his injury history. He's got quite he's got quite the rap sheet. Like we're talking as well, which they're already dealing with. He's had like a series of concussions. He's had like foot injury. There's like quite a few for Cam Smith. He's had some. There was a foot, an ankle,
picks and
couple of
selection.
Yep, Seahawks is there. Pickett, that was quick, very quick.
Yeah,
they're not wasting any time. The Seahawks. Oh, here we go.
The Seattle.
Very quick selection.
Is this offensive line? We're just gonna say this every time because I was expecting it already to be on this run, but we've seen defensive line, wide receiver,
could be running back. Could be running back.
Saying that, hopefully you keep.
No,
we got a couple
won't be
more
running
goals.
back. Won't be running back. I don't think it will be running back, but you'd never know, Paul. Seattle could do anything.
It does make sense for them to take a running back, mind.
Called it.
Wow. Fair play.
Because they lost their running back in the offseason.
Yeah. That's why I said it makes sense for them to take a running back. So I said it just as the pick was coming in mind. So I'll take that as not a win. We'll give that win to Paul.
Mike, I have a question.
Yes, love.
Right. I said this in the pre-draft process about 2 weeks ago. Yeah. I said, who's the guy that's going to slide? That's going to be this year's Nakobe Dean. Is this what Osiris Torrance is?
So far, yeah.
We saw him projected inside the top 15 in a lot of drafts, and now he's sliding to the end of the second round.
Yeah, I mean, there you go. Like basically, the only guy above him is Hendon Hooker. You could get the reasons why people are willing to let him slide. I get that. But Torrance, the thing I'm looking at, the reasons why is when you look at the combine, is that his agilities and everything were obvious, and I think that's the only thing putting some teams off. It's not the agility; it's his ability to turn and go. It's foot speed and because he's great at setting around
mobility.
It is, and that will be the thing. It's not so much a full mobility issue because he will get into the second level. That's one of the things he's really good at. He will get into the second level, and once he gets back there, he's just a complete nightmare.
Bears pick is in.
But like in terms of, and again, this could very well be offensive line.
We're 4 picks away, guys. Pretty much.
Mike, I just dropped you a quick message in the private chat there, just if you can take a look.
Ooh, piece of candy. Who's your top available Big Ten? Let's have a look.
And just don't say it. Just put it back into the chat there, and I'll tell you if it comes off. I'll tell you why I'm saying it.
Why can't I see? Oh, right. Okay. I know exactly where you're going. Yeah. Okay. I know where you're going there.
Yeah.
And that doesn't make for great listening for people because they're just like, the hell? But yeah. This could come off. It could actually be here, which is the trouble.
Yeah.
You think Bears they could do with that position? It was quite interesting.
So they may go running back again as well because they've lost David Montgomery.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I feel like for them, running back at this stage is a luxury pick when there's so much more that needs to be done there.
they've Khalil Herbert, who
They do have Khalil Herbert as
who
well.
filled in for Montgomery when Montgomery was injured. But I'm just
And he
going to
was
pull
really
up
good. He's
Joe's.
effective.
Yeah, just pulling up Joe's question.
It could be another one. Could be Drew Sanders, linebacker, because Edmonds is gone.
Yeah, but they've Jack Sanborn, who's their new starting linebacker. With 4 picks away, can you each individually say who you want us to pick? So, Barry, who are you picking? Your Jerry Jones.
I think I'm going to go with Osiris. I just
John
want
Michael.
to guard. I just want to. I'd be happy as heck then. We got D lineman, we got no lineman, and not sexy, but that's what's needed.
Yeah.
John Michael Schmitz for me.
Oh
There you
yeah,
go.
Schmitz,
That's where I'm going. That's where I'm going.
This is Schmitz a left guard.
He's classed down as a
center.
center. He's classed as a center, but he can play guard.
Okay.
He played. He did
guard.
play a lot of left guard at the Senior Bowl, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Yes,
and he looked
yes, it was.
fantastic. He looked fantastic in it.
He's primarily a center, but like Brian said, in the Senior Bowl they put him at left guard, and he did not miss a beat. And that was a big.
He was pancaking some of the best.
The other reason I'm saying it, Schmitz, is Tyler Biadasz is also in a contract year, so they might play him at a bit of left guard this year.
That's a good
slip him
point,
inside.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
I think Tyler. I think if he has a good year, I think he's staying. I think because now because Travis now handed the baton to him on that charity here and everything. It's an awesome charity event.
Yeah.
And I think he's pretty happy here.
Yeah, absolutely.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, obviously, you've heard that Linda Wells completely loves Washington. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the pick. But
this pick is dating ages.
Yeah,
I think the pick is in. It's just like that. The second round. It's always the special round. Where they have former players or people making picks. So it just takes a little bit more time than it normally does.
When the Cowboys make their pick, I will be a little bit busy though, just for a little period of time.
Okay, let's see what the Bears do. Defensive tackle, Dexter Senior.
Wow.
There you go.
This is good for us. This is good. This is good.
Yep.
It's pushing players down.
4 more, right?
Yep. Four more picks.
One more.
Two.
They get 2 out of 4. Schmitz and Osiris. So
No, we're at 54. We're at 54.
Have we traded up?
No, there's 2 more picks. We're at 56, aren't we? Or are we 50?
No, 50,
sorry, we're
50,
58. Sorry.
50.
Mike. That's on me. Sorry.
Yes, 58.
I'm worried there,
the 27th, the 27th pick of the second round, whichever way you want to do it.
Yeah. No, as I say, hold my hands up. That's on me.
So Chargers are on the clock.
Why can't I?
Chargers pick is in.
They could go for Drew Sanders here.
Chargers could take a defensive end.
I think wide receiver.
Or
no, they took Jordan Addison.
Yeah. I mean, again,
pick is in. I'm
double dip
again. In fact, again. What if this is Washington?
It could be a tight end.
Yeah,
tight end makes sense. But I think like they're a candidate to double dip at wide receiver. Yeah, back to back. Like, you think about it, they need as much. They want to try and help Herbert as much as possible.
So, Brian, what's the comments saying right now?
Sorry. So, Lebarski is correcting me and telling me again that I need to sit in the timeout corner that they took Quentin Johnson. which I correctly predicted they would take Quentin Johnson.
Tight end or linebacker, I reckon.
Sorry, Paul.
Or Byron Young. Byron Young, possibly, from Tennessee. That would be a great fit for them.
Sanders or Washington, I reckon.
I'm going defensive end.
Defensive end, it works. I mean,
yeah, Brian got it.
I am nailing the Chargers draft for them. Tuipulotu is great. He is a really good player.
Mm-hmm.
I would not have been upset with him being the 58th pick for us.
I agree, actually. Yeah,
I would.
He's got a really nice build. He's got a really good bull rush on him.
Yeah.
And
But again,
and he can play the free tech. That's actually quite a decent pickup.
He has a lot of availability. Again, it's pushing down more guards to us. John Michael Schmitz, Osiris Torrance.
Give me Schmitz. I want Schmitz.
Right. If you look on my board for 2i, I've got Mr. Marvin Leal.
So
and I know you
consider him an Aggie.
Yep.
No, but it's just I know that was what he's going to say, but in terms of style of play, that is exactly what he is.
Right.
Kansas City jumped in. They've traded with Detroit. Yeah, they jumped up from the end of the second round.
Do you think they could go for wide receiver?
I think they could go for tight end.
Really? Well, pick is in already. Holy shit.
Joe's telling us that Dan Quinn is in the war room at the minute.
Oh, right.
Dan Quinn is in the war room.
Yeah.
So we're going defense again then.
And JXL is also saying
Dan Quinn is in the war room. It looks like he's. He's kind of trying.
Does anyone know what our offensive coordinator looks like?
A lot of people are not happy with the offensive coordinator.
You mean Mike McCarthy, Paul?
Yeah, I think it's our offensive line.
Mike.
Is our offensive lineman coach there?
I don't know, but Austin is asking the question here: how are we feeling about our pick?
I'm more than happy the more I think about it. Like, you're talking about Mazzie Smith.
No, our pick that's coming up. I'm guessing Austin is asking. Like, again, there's so much talent available, but I don't know what they're going to do.
Yeah, I would like to be Schmitz. I would like it to be him.
Schmitz is my choice. Schmitz or Trenton Simpson works.
Drew Sanders.
So if you want to put them in order of my top three, I'm going Trenton Simpson.
Henley.
I'm going Trenton Simpson, John Michael Schmitz, and Darnell Washington. They're my top three. This could be wide receiver, Paul. This could be where your Josh Downs goes.
Josh Downs, Jalen Hyatt could be one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Cedric Tillman.
That's one thing about Kansas in the Super Bowl. They didn't have, by the end of the game, they didn't have many wide receivers available.
Exactly.
Yeah, because they lost Juju.
Yeah. And like you say, that they, because of their style of play, is like very high tempo. It just takes it out of their wide receivers.
So the guys are also watching the draft show, and Broadus is saying Hendon Hooker vibes. Broadus is saying it's Hooker. Are you talking about for Kansas City or
I think for Dallas?
Talking about for Dallas?
I hope not.
Oh, that would be way too high to be putting in a stock. What
would be the point of that?
That would mark.
Joe's also asking, could we even trade back? I don't think
I don't.
so.
At this
I think
stage,
they'll sit there.
At this stage, I would not trade back, especially when you.
I say they don't. Yeah, they're not going to trade back because they had a better chance of trading back in the first round than they do now. So like, if they
Barsky and DJ Dog are saying Broadus is talking about Hendon Hooker for us.
Oh my god, no.
So
that would be interesting. And I'm not saying that because I don't like Dak, but what Broadus is saying is like right now, he's the top player on my board who's available.
Yeah.
And then there is a distinct difference between him. There's Osiris Torrance, and then after that, there's a drop off between the next group of guys. So what Broadus is saying is, look, there's this guy who's a fringe first round player, who's maybe the best quarterback in this draft. Very much the most complete quarterback in this draft. There's obviously going to be the redshirt season this year.
Yeah.
And then you go forward from there, you know. So
this
massive pay chunk that you've got coming up on Dak would then disappear.
Yeah,
you've got to think of is that that's a pick. It's a pick for the future, but it's also kind of a pick to nothing when you've got so much more that you need to do for the Cowboys roster. That's why I'm not happy with that idea. Like, you think they need corner, they need tight end, they need an offensive line. Like, what are you going to do? Are you going to draft Hendon Hooker here and then start making picks later in the draft for the future to help Hendon Hooker? Because if that's the case, we've got to write off this year.
Mm-hmm.
Right receiver, Rasheed Rice.
There we go.
We did say it was going to be a right receiver, but didn't expect it to Rice.
Did call it.
Yeah.
Did call it, yeah.
And NFL Network's got Chicago's on the clock, so Chicago's obviously jumped back up.
I think this time it could be a linebacker this time for Chicago then, if that's the case. This could be Drew Sanders.
Who did they take in the first round again? I've forgotten.
Oh, God. I can't even remember, dude. Cannot even remember.
I'll go back and check now. Let's have a look. Let's put up the first round picks.
Darnell Wright, they took.
Oh, the tackle, yeah. Darnell Wright, my guy.
And Chicago's
So this
pick
is
in.
So I tell you what.
Go on, Mike.
Who would they have no, I was just trying to think. Who would they have want to trade up for? The only one I can think of it is Osiris Torrance.
But
hey, Mike, does Sean Twaddle sound familiar?
Who?
Yes.
In the UK fan club?
Yeah.
Okay, he reached out to me today, and I just must have missed him on some phone tags here back and forth. So I'll probably talk to him tomorrow. I guess he reached out, said he saw our info on your guys' page.
hey, awesome. Oh, here we go.
Bears pick is in.
Offensive line, perhaps.
Nah, linebacker, I reckon. Just cornerback, Tyreek Stevenson.
Okay.
Right,
That
so we've actually got a choice here. We've got, like, if a guard, either Schmitz goes or Torrance goes in this next pick with the Giants, we've got at least one guy we could draft. But
Yep.
but whatever. But I don't know.
The Giants here will take wide receiver.
Yeah, the Giants took Deontay Banks last night, so
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, they could take wide receiver. They could go Tillman. They could go Hyatt.
They need it. They need it. Right, guys, here we go. With the Cowboys coming up, it's time to predict the pick. Send in your predictions. What is the Cowboys pick going to be? Bring them in. We'll have absolute silence on the floor while the answers come in, please.
Yeah.
Please be Schmitz, please. Oh, pick is in for the Giants.
Wide receiver.
Okay, I'm just going to hide
Oh,
the
oh,
comments.
And the Giants.
Get your predictions in, guys. What is the Cowboys pick going to be? Get those answers in. What do you think it's going to be? What do you think it's going to be? Let us know. Let us know. Let it snow. Let it snow.
No!
Oh man!
Oh,
No, you.
but
Oh, right
but
before.
but
Jeez.
Torrance is still there, and Torrance is still there, and there is the pick me and Brian have secretly been talking about behind the scenes.
Freaking Giants, man.
Once this pick is made, I'm going to be a little bit busy.
It
Guys.
has to, it has to be Torrance. Has to be him
Cowboys pick is in according to the.
Here we go.
Okay. So let us know. Let us know
I
your
really
thoughts,
don't
folks.
know now. I really don't know. I'd be
Let us know who
I'm
you
going
want.
to say I'm going to be disappointed if it is Hendon Hooker.
It looks like an offensive pick. It looks McCarthy was on the phone with some other guy. I didn't even recognize that guy. That must be the new O-line coach.
If it's Torrance, then cool. We've actually, if we can get him to play left guard, then great.
Oh, Drew Pearson's making the pick.
Oh, Drew! Yes, this is gonna be good.
All right, here's the selection. Let's go, guys. Can we hide that? We predict the pick.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, let me get rid of that.
And the selection is.
Hold on, I'm trying to get. Where the hell have I put it?
Yeah, one job.
There we go.
Come on. Who is it?
Just in time.
Oh, they're saying maybe a tight end now for the Cowboys.
It would only be one
Maybe-
it is, and that's Darnell Washington.
Washington. Yeah.
If it is, that would be absolutely insane. But like I say, that was one of my top three. Is
that big wheel there in the back?
It is indeed.
It's line. Oh, what if it's Devon
Luke
AJ?
Shoemaker.
Yeah. We've gone back to back Michigan.
What did he say?
Right, I'll be back now.
Okay, so Paul, can you drop that stream down for a sec?
Yeah.
So,
could you do me a favor, Paul?
Yeah.
And I'll be back in like 10 minutes. Could you give me your thoughts on that pick on Twitter? Thank you.
Luke Schoonmaker.
Yeah, we already announced it, Barry.
Yeah.
Oh, did they?
So the Cowboys' second round pick at number 58 is tight end Luke Schoonmaker out of Michigan. So we have addressed the tight end need.
Is that what you and Mike are talking about, Brian?
So what I asked Mike about 20 minutes ago was, who's the top available Big Ten player on Mike's board? Because McCarthy loves Big Ten players. And that's why I was asking the question, who's the top guy? And I was hoping it was going to be John Michael Schmitz. And that's why I was kind of saying, maybe. But, yeah. So, let us know your thoughts, folks. Like, Paul, Lauren, Barry, what are your thoughts like on Luke Schoonmaker being the pick?
I'm just surprised, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I think that's a good one for me too. I don't know why. I don't know. They're just what's going on with the line to get some depth.
I mean, again, it's a name that's been linked with Dallas. There has been talk of him.
But would we be able to get him in the third round?
No, I think he would have been gone by 90. No, Steve is saying he's a third or fourth projected. I think he might have been gone before 90. And obviously, look, they're not in love with Tucker Kraft either. So they wanted and needed a tight end, and they've got it.
Mike and his board had him as tight end number 9 and comped him as Peyton Hendershot. So we've got we're going for type anyway. But
yeah.
I think maybe the fact that Schmitz went off the board to the Giants one pick before might have just made us readdress things. It'll be interesting to see what's said in the press conference at the end of the day. But
yeah, Barry, give us your thoughts.
Yes, it's amazing. Like earlier you guys were all talking about all these draft that they had. How many had Osiris up there and almost maybe the top 15, and now he's not even in the top 60. Maybe just he really seemed to fall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I just wanted a guard, and I wanted a defense. The defensive tackle is great, and I just was hoping for a guard there, maybe. But they know what they're doing more than I do. So, but man,
So, I think I'm not surprised they took a tight end in this round. Maybe Schoonmaker is a bit of a reach again, but it's the smoke and mirrors thing that I was kind of saying earlier.
You did say that.
We talked about linebackers, we talked about wide receivers. Tight end was there, and it was a guy that they brought in who was a 30 visit who they've done their homework on. So it makes sense that he's the pick. I mean, I love Graham's comment, and I agree with it. It'll take me a while to warm to that. I do agree with it, but and Graham's other comment, he's saying if they're not taking a guard there, are they set at guard? Like, obviously, they must feel a little bit more comfortable in terms of, are they going to put Tyler Smith into left guard? Are they going to move Terrence Steele into left guard and have Tyron Smith as your right tackle?
And you got Chuma Edogu as well that they picked up.
Chuma I suppose he'll be your swing tackle.
Oh, the Bills
picks him.
Shooter.
Like Rafto has said, comp for Luke was Jake Ferguson.
So we've said Peyton Hendershot. They've said Jake Ferguson.
Like all three of your tight ends are from the Big Ten.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Your first round pick last night was from the Big Ten.
Yep. Well, we're going back to Michigan.
McCarthy is surrounding himself with guys. I suppose if you want to throw back to
Tyrus Torrance going.
There's Torrance.
Yeah.
No, that's interesting. Connor McGovern.
Who is it? So our best guess now is Zavala from NC State. That's probably our best chance to get a guard.
Or they might go Broadus' pet cat, Antonio Maffey.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He is a 30-day visit.
Yeah.
So they went right behind us and right in front of us and right behind us, Paul.
Yeah.
Cincinnati's picks in as well. They've not announced it, but
Cincinnati. Cincinnati might go with Darnell Washington right now. They might take a tight end. So Steve's making the point here that 30 visits look favored based on so far. I mean, that's always been the way. That's been the Will McClay way for years.
Bengals pickers in.
Has Cincinnati not needing cornerback help as well?
Yeah, you're right. DJ Turner from Michigan. Wow, Michigan are flying off the board here.
Yep. Well, they were in the playoffs.
For the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Just to let you guys know, at the end of the second round, I'm going to join Nixon Pick 6 Sports for a wee while.
Yeah, no trouble.
So one of you guys, so you can actually get the stream of ESPN on YouTube. So you can share your screen from that. So because obviously I'll need to leave and obviously
Don't worry.
Don't worry. He's got it.
We got it.
I'm not actually. I don't hate this shoemaker pick. I just find it quite interesting.
Yeah, like I said today, Paul, and look, maybe tell me if this is your own feelings. I wasn't going to get upset about what the Cowboys did because they they scout well.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna say something else as well. They haven't taken a risk in the second round. They haven't gone on a character guy.
Yeah.
Like you look back.
They're very level-headed.
Yeah, like Sam Williams and Kelvin Joseph both had character concerns last year. Or for the last 2 years. They've gone with a guy who's played all the way through college. You know, so it's not the usual Cowboys second round pick. Joe was also saying, look, they mentioned Josh Ball will feature more guard.
That to me is a bit of a nightmare scenario. I don't know why, but
I'm not sure about that one. If that's what's going to happen in the long term, I think more the plan is with Terrence Steele. So obviously Ball's getting reps now while Terrence Steele is healing up.
Yeah, I think the whole thing with Ball is that, he was weak on getting to the outside. So by bringing him inside, he would need
to put a lot of mass on to fit that guard position.
He would, but
I will give Josh Ball some credit. He does have the aggression for it.
Yeah.
Like especially when it comes to run blocking. I think he'll be very effective in that.
Yeah. As Jeff said to us earlier on tonight, you can't put the dog into a player. Josh Ball has that dog in him.
Yep.
You know, so
it's just how he executes it. That's the problem with Josh Ball.
Yeah,
and that's probably what the problem is how we may have not had him in the right position. So let's experiment with it. If it works, then cool. Whatever. Roxon Johnson the third. Hey, Arcane's still there.
A-Chain's
still there. Ty G Spears is still there. I would love Tank Big Spear, but I think we can get him in the fourth.
Yeah. Lebarski saying, knowing Josh Ball's history, it's hard to root for him.
Yeah. Then again, you saw other teams actually going for what's the guy's name that got sacked from Kansas City and they went to the Browns?
I think I know who you're talking about.
And people actually there's actual Ravens fans still calling Ray Rice innocent.
Oh, the running back?
Oh, Kareem Hunt.
Kareem Hunt, there we go. That's the guy. Thank you, Barry.
Yeah. This is weird. Looking at Mike's board, we've had somebody who's his 275th player picked already in the second round. I mean, that's
well. Bear in mind, he could be much more higher up on other analysts' list.
I know.
Yeah.
Well,
This goes back to what I've been saying all along about this year's draft. It's such a wide variety of ratings. There's I don't think there's been any level of consistency besides the top 50, like near enough to top 15 picks. Anything beyond that, it's absolutely anybody's game. So we might get a guard. We might get the running back that we're actually truly after in these later rounds. We might just not know that. So I'm just saying that there's that potential. It's like it could happen.
Like if we flip it back to this time last year, right? We drafted Deron Bland in the 5th round, wasn't it? 4th or 5th round.
Yeah,
no one knew about Deron Bland until the week of the draft. Deron Bland is our starting slot corner. So this front office does their work. They really do their background on guys.
Trust the process.
Trust the process, Paul. You've nailed it. Labarski is asking, does Michigan have a left guard or a running back available at 90?
Yeah, we'll see how Philly are becoming the Bulldogs. We'll go on full on Michigan then. Oh, here's the Jags pick.
Yeah.
And it looks like we've had a couple of trades as well to the next couple of picks, but
yeah. Well, Detroit are next up, or sorry, Houston are next up.
Yeah,
and then strange.
Denver have just jumped in as well behind Houston, according to NFL Network as well. So there's something happening there.
I can confirm that as well. They've moved up to 63.
So this has been the tight end round. Got 1, 2.
Well, we knew this is going to if you were to class the best position in this class, this draft class overall, all 7 rounds, tight end has probably got the best numbers of players that could be drafted quite highly, and we're seeing that right now. Musgrave is gone, Myers gone. Schumer, I don't even know how you pronounce his name. The guy we just drafted, Schoonmaker, and now we're just seeing another. We saw Strange coming on, so that's been at least 4 tight ends come off in this round.
Yeah. I like JXL's comment here, and this harks back to what Mike was talking about last year with the draft. It looks like we're going to be running ball a lot in a passing league again this year. That ties in with the other point that we were saying about time of possession and eating up the clock, keeping the ball away from other teams.
Oh, Texans pick is getting announced right now. Wow, that was really quick.
Sorry.
So the Texans sent Eagles 65, 188, and 230 to get this pick.
Just Scruggs, the guard from Penn State. That's a bit of a reach, I thought.
Back-to-back Penn State.
NFL Network's got him as a center, so
yeah.
But I don't know. I think it's a bit of a reach for the Texans. But then again, we never know.
Yeah.
It's just again, it goes back to our point. Again, this draft has been so weird this year.
Yeah. So Steve and Joe have both kind of asked, what are our thoughts on Varese? So Varese is a red shirt this year. He's not going to play at all. And then Steve is asking, is Tyler Steen still available? He is. Might be someone you might get in the 4th.
So 63 will be the last pick.
In this round.
Right, so after this one, I'm going to jump ship. So, Brian, you might want to start sharing your screen. Go to YouTube, ESPN, and get the stream up. I can send you the link, actually. So, let me just, I'll send that over to you so you've got it. And I'll put that in the private chat for you.
I'm gonna jump off. I'm gonna send some emails out and things, and then I'll jump back home when it gets close to the Cowboys probably. I'll kind of keep an eye on things.
Yep. And Mike is back just in time. Oh, there you go. Right. So pick is in. Here we go. And here comes the selection.
Crap. Ah!
You okay, Mike?
Marvin Mims Jr.
Oh, no. Oh,
You wanted them, didn't you?
yes.
Right. I'm going to go and join next for a wee while. But I'll be back on later. So, Brian, you need to start sharing your screen, mate. All right. But I'll be back when I can. All right.
All
See you
right.
later on, Paul.
All right.
Go for
later,
it,
guys.
We doing okay, folks?
Yeah. Let me just do this. Submit this, and we got a guest coming in. We got Danny Fanton coming in.
I'm going to jump off for a while. I'm going to get some emails caught up, and I'll jump back in then.
The chair is always
open.
We'll
talk to you later, Barry.
All right, guys. Thanks a lot.
Right. Be good.
Stay safe, brother.
Yes, sir. Thanks a lot, guys.
I'm almost done. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm going as fast as I can. This is the trouble when you get like booked yourself out on everything. Right. Yeah. Crap. Schedule. Oh no! What have I done? There we go.
Mike's having a brain fart.
I'm trying to like write. So there was that, doing that, writing the article. Danny Fanton, right? He's next.
So we're into the second round or third round, in fact.
There we go. Danny, where are you, pal? And I just realized because I've been over there doing that, I need to go grab my hat. 1 sec.
Yeah.
Right, there we go. There we go. You have my full attention. I do apologize.
Right.
Back in the building. Right. I won't do the. I'll update the ticker in a bit because I've been away. That all needs updating while all this is going on. You've got the screen. Who's got the screen for the feed?
I've brought up
You're on it.
Pass if you want.
Sweet. So. Yeah, just you don't have to right now as we bringing it on, and I will update my board. I'll do this, but at the same time, I don't want to distract away. So, how do we feel about that pick then? What's the initial thoughts?
Nah. Again, it's one that we need to think about. You know.
Yeah.
Mull over a bit. It's. As I say, I think the fact that Schmidt went the pick before might have forced our hand, but you won't know until Jerry's talking about it in the press conference at the end of the day.
Yeah. I would imagine that they're going to turn around and say Schmidt wasn't that high of a player on the board. They're not going to come out and admit that the Giants beat them through a player they really wanted.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't mind the idea of taking because he's a guy that's going to be there on 12-man formations, and here he is. Look, we've got him in the building. Hello there, Mr. Danny Fanton. We're just talking now about the pick. Like, what are your thoughts then? Since you're straight in, we're going to throw you straight into the deep end, mate. What are you thinking on the pick?
Well, I'm a little mixed. I really like the player. Scooney is one of the players I thought could come in and could like immediately fill Dalton Schultz's role on this team. I think he's very balanced. There's a lot of things about him. I think he's a nice, got a good size to him. He's good route runner, good hands. And he's also one of those few tight ends that actually is a good inline blocker as well. So, I mean, I don't feel like, with this kind of pick, you're picking one or the other. And, but my problem with it is it's just too early. I mean, I just did not expect to see him taken right now. A lot has been said about the Cowboys just really enamored by all these tight ends and the depth of it, and that is true for sure. But are you really capitalizing on that depth by taking him with your second most precious draft resources? So to me, I'm just a little bit mixed because I really like the player. I think the Cowboys got a good player. He's one of my favorites, draft picks as far as a player that can come in and contribute. But I just don't think they did a great job of managing their draft resources, because to me there's just several players I would have liked to have gone after over him.
Mm-hmm.
It's for me it's a value issue, because there was other options available. But we was just talking now that this to me it feels more like a pick of, yes, we need a tight end, but we need more of a backup tight end, because Jake Ferguson's going to be we're going to make Ferguson our lead tight end. This is going to be our tight end too.
Yeah, here's the thing too, is I don't see really a tight end that was going to displace Jake Ferguson in year one anyway. Maybe Kincaid, but I feel like any tight end the Cowboys would have drafted, you're looking at a player that is going to be basically tight end too, because Ferguson in year two, I expect to see a good jump for him, and he had an outstanding rookie year in my opinion. So, I don't think you're really gaining a whole lot in that regard because of what you already have in Ferguson and even Hendershot too. He far exceeded our expectations as well. But one thing I will say is Scooney can block, and so he could be coming in, and if the Cowboys go 13 personnel, he can make an immediate impact there. So I feel like the way they develop those guys, which later round picks and undrafted free agents in the case of Peyton Hendershot, I think if you get a player like Scooney, you can, if they're on the same type of trajectory, you can have a really good tight end group with this trio. So I don't know. It's a wait to see and sort of situation. Like I said, I really love the traits that this guy brings. There's a lot of things about him that he plays, and I love inline guys. I know a lot of people they love space tight ends. They want the big receiving play, and that's nice. But I really like a guy that it hits his block and doesn't, because that could blow up a play if you have one little mishap. So I really like players that are really good at sealing the edge and come in, and Scooney is that type of player. So it makes me feel good. Cowboys going that way. But again, like I said, it's just a little too rich for my blood as far as taking him there, because I don't know. That's the only problem I have with this selection. Outside of that, I like a lot of other things about him.
Yeah, I'm with you. It seems to be, when you look at both the both Cowboys picks so far, it seems to be there's a theme of these are our guys, they're blue collar type guys, and they have they're going to have very specific roles in what we're bringing them in to do. That's what it looks like so far, and what the road they're going down.
That was exactly the point I made while you were away, Mike. It's Big Ten guys from McCarthy's surrounds. He knows the Big Ten. He knows those guys who've played in that area. We're becoming a Big Ten South team effectively. As you said last year, it's run first, run heavy, and having guys who can play that system. And you have a heavy blocking tight end. You have a pass catching tight end. You have a guy that can do a bit of both. All three of them are out of the Big Ten.
Yeah. It's a tricky one to kind of put your finger on. Sorry, was you going to say something wrong?
No, I was just saying that team are on the clock and their pick is in. It hasn't come through yet, so I'll just hide that for a second.
Yep.
And they're up again with the very next pick, so they have 2 picks in a row.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think, as
That's
Graham
annoying.
said, look, the picks aren't flashy, but they'll do their part. And
yeah, necessary.
Yeah. And I was saying this, and Danny, give us your thoughts on this. The Cowboys haven't gone for their usual second round pick of a guy with character concerns.
Yeah.
Right. No, this is about as safe as you can get, when you talk about this type of pick. For sure. I totally agree. And not only is it safe, but the Cowboys seem to really put an emphasis on, the running game, on both sides of the ball with these first 2 picks. I feel like they are recognizing that they want to win in the trenches, and they're going to use the resources they have. I think a lot of us, we're hoping for something more splashy, with a bigger playmaker, a receiver, so to speak. I know a lot of, I don't know where your guys' mind was, coming in, like who you were hoping for. But I know I was talking with Rabble Rouser, and, a lot of us wanted Osiris. We were like, can't believe we could possibly steal Osiris this, in the second round. But, and of course that didn't happen. So, but for sure, I do think that it's very safe. Absolutely, I totally agree. He's going to contribute. There's a definitive role for him on this team, and probably sooner versus later too. So those are good things. But the question you have to ask yourself is: did the Cowboys get the best talent, the most talented player at this point in the draft? And I don't know. Maybe they just value tight end a lot. They saved a lot of money by being able to move away from Dalton Schultz. They can circumvent that by having a cheaper draft resource now and get a player that almost can fill that role. I wouldn't say, Schultz is obviously a seasoned player. It's taken him this long to even get to where he is. So he's not an immediate replacement, but he certainly has a lot of Schultz-like traits that can come in and give you production in year one. So the Cowboys are get that. I feel so very safe, and also too. I don't know I don't like to subscribe to things and deals any crazy narratives, but I just feel like the Cowboys are really pushing for 2013. It's like, what? Sure, we could get a corner that we can develop behind Gilmore and play next year, or we could just make this the best team right now. And if you believe that, you kind of have to think that, well, maybe they're doing that because you get a player that solves the biggest need with the nose tackle, and then now you have a tight end that can come in and step in and contribute. And is more NFL ready than, like, say, a Darnell Washington that the Cowboys had a chance to take. So yeah. Oh, the Steen goes into the Eagles. Ooh. Oh man, this is.
And then the Eagles are still up as well. So
yeah, I don't know. Yeah,
that kind of hurts a little bit.
I feel like look at the Cowboys draft, the Eagles draft. The Eagles are just getting tremendous value for the players that they're getting, and the Cowboys are the opposite. It's like I don't have a problem with the players. I just have a problem with the value. I feel like they're just like a round behind.
Yes. With you there.
And they made their second pick there, Brown, as well. They've announced it. Sidney Brown from Illinois.
Okay. I don't know if they...
That was because they were back to back. They've basically just announced it straight off. That's not me tipping anything.
No, I can see it there. Yeah, sorry.
So, but before the pick, which was interesting though, right, Dan, is they were saying that Brian Broaddus was talking about it, that he's had whispers of Hendon Hooker. What do you make of the idea of taking an early? Because day 1, day 2 is, I'm saying early, especially in terms of when you got Dak Prescott there, of taking a quarterback, like say with the next pick.
That was, it's a little more reasonable to think next round but when I heard that talk too, we had the same discussion and we were just going crazy because it's almost a little bit Jalen Hurts like, because when Philly took that to spend a second round pick on a quarterback when they had a high priced quarterback under contract, it's, to me, a player like that would just like say, you know what, we're not so sure about Dak Prescott. And to me, I just feel like, to me, I would have been just really upset if they went that direction, and actually kind of scared, because you don't spend that type of resource unless you have a reason for it, and that reason would be like, we're not completely sold on our $160 million quarterback who we all expect is going to get an extension. So it would have just been a complete curveball. I don't even know if there's any truth to that. I heard, like you guys were saying, Brian Broaddus was talking about it, but to me, it would have been just really crazy if something like that happened. And I don't even want to be. I wouldn't even go on Twitter for the next 2 weeks to listen to everybody. All the Dak trashing that would happen with something like that too. So I'm glad that did not happen, but I'm hoping that we don't revisit again round 3. So I want no part of a quarterback. I'm fine day 3 developing quarterback. We don't need to be good drafting a quarterback early.
Yeah, because when you think Dak was a 4th round pick, so a round 3 pick isn't much more of what you've already done sort of now in terms of what you got on your roster. So yeah, I'm with you. And it doesn't, the only issue I've got.
Oh, and there goes Drew Sanders to the Broncos.
The issue I got is the second, they take a quarterback. I just know that, and we all do, that Twitter's just going to go on the extreme. It's going to lean all the way to the right and be like, well, Dak's obviously on the move, or this guy's better than Dak already. That's the only thing I'm going to be worried about.
Yeah, I agree. As long as if it's later, I don't think that people will have too big of a reaction, because you want a quarterback you can develop to compete with Cooper Rush. But if it's early, like on day 2, any round 2 or 3, then it's going to be completely crazy, and I want no part of that.
So what's your plans for the rest of the draft then, Dan?
I'm going to bounce over and hang with the guys over there. We're just watching the draft together and continue to analyze these picks and be disappointed with all these players that are escaping us. Because, I don't know, like seeing Drew Sanders there and Osiris went right after it. It's just it hurts a little bit, because you're kind of hoping one of these guys will make it, because we've seen a lot of players, a lot of good players, a lot of Cowboys draft targets that have been just falling off the board as we wait for our pick, and to be able to have a couple of those guys still there and just no, we're going to take a tight end, maybe possibly a day 3 tight end. I don't know. I don't know. It hurts a little bit. So I don't know. I don't know what the Cowboys plans are, but I'm very curious to see how the rest of this draft is going to shape out. But anyway, it was nice hanging with you. So I'm going to take off. And
but before they go, where can they find you, Danny? Not just on Blogging the Boys, but also I need you to do me a favor.
Mm-hmm.
I know you're busy doing your thing, but I'm on the reaction article for Blogging the Boys. I need you to put a tweet out about the picks, and I'll get you on there, mate.
Okay, yeah, just send me that info, Mike, so I will do that for you.
Yeah, on the next pick, just say throw a tweet out and I'll check it in. But where can they find you, mate?
You can find me on Twitter at DannyPhantom24, and as always, you can find me at Blogging the Boys and Dan Rogers, and read all the fine work that we do over on that website.
Yeah. Make sure you go and follow it, guys. But mate, when the draft is all over, we'll get you back in so we can have you on for a bit longer and get your takes and everything.
Absolutely, we'll do.
All right, sweet. Stay safe, all right, mate?
All right, thanks, guys.
Cheers.
And there you have it. That's the great Danny Phantom from Blogging the Boys.
Yeah.
Always a fun chat. Always a fun chat.
So we're moving up to pick 68 at this stage.
Yep.
No one is enamored with the Cowboys draft so far.
They it's a strange one, isn't it? Because it's like they just seem to be on this one track mind of these are our guys, this is who we're taking, and that is it. We don't care.
Yeah.
It seems to be that way.
Yeah. Like this is why, and I think I was saying this whilst you were still away, Mike. I'm not getting excited or anything for picks today, because I wait to be surprised by the Cowboys. They don't ever take players I think they should take, but I trust Will McClay with the picks he's making. They've displayed it for a long time.
There you go.
So, Mike, Steve is asking running back from 30 visits next. What running backs did we have in?
I will
and
get
is
that
Roschon Johnson one of them?
He was actually.
So,
yep,
there's someone that might be interesting at number 90.
I will get the list up. I just got to update this very, very quickly.
And the Cowboys spoke to him at the combine as well.
Right.
So
No, they did, yeah. So let me get this up. I did have all that information to hand, but because I'm like bouncing around 50 million things.
So Detroit Lions pick is in.
Yeah.
What
Bring
do they
her on
need
up,
at
mate.
the moment?
Who have they taken so far? I'm trying to remember. It's been so Detroit because they've had some really funky.
They've taken Jahmyr Gibbs,
Jack Campbell.
Okay.
Sam Laporta.
Yeah.
Brian Branch.
Yes.
And that's all their picks so far. All four.
Could the fact that Jared Goff coming to the end of the
quarterback makes sense. Quarterback makes sense here for them. Third round, brilliant value.
Sorry, I forgot to add the stream.
Oh, go on,
they
then,
have
put it
just
on the
taken
stream.
Hendon Hooker.
Ah, there you go.
Hendon Hooker is off the board. It made too much sense.
That's
Hendon Hooker, QB, Tennessee.
Right. Okay. Running back could work here. Devon A-Chain in the third round is brilliant, but I'm also thinking wide receiver like Nathaniel Dell makes a lot of sense for them too.
Jalen Hyatt and Cedric Tillman are also both still there.
Yeah. Right, here we go.
Josh Downs is still there.
Let me go through my list of running backs.
Tank Dell's still there.
Charbonnet. Zach Evans. Zach Evans was a 30 visit. Chris Rodriguez from Kentucky. But you'll look at those two guys I just mentioned now. They're going to be day 3 guys.
Day 3, yeah.
You could probably, if you wanted, let's have a look. So Zach Charbonnet is kind of like a higher
Zach Charbonnet is gone.
Yeah. Oh no. Yeah. I know that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Zach Evans from Ole Miss, if you squint hard enough, would work as a 3rd round pick. You could be like, okay, like when they have those weird 3rd and 4th round moments where you go like, if you flip these picks around, they look a lot better. Yeah. It would be like that sort of situation, because we were talking about linebacker. And he was the very last scouting report that I did on Blogging the Boys. Makes a lot of sense. That with a 4th round pick is DeMarvin Overshown.
Yeah, I think
really
Overshown will be gone by then.
I don't know. I think that
he will.
I think he'll drop because of the fact of the style of linebacker he plays. He's developing his pass rush tools still. And he sometimes has an issue falling off tackles in run defense. So that pushes him down, really, with the type of linebacker he is.
Lauren, do you ever notice how in detail Mike goes about Texas players? Never gives the same detail about an Aggie, does he?
Yeah.
He just tells us Aggies are wonderful.
It's never the positives, it's always the negatives, isn't it?
Yeah.
What, with Aggies players? What you saying? I do that, but I don't like to be. I like talking about Aggies, but when you're doing like the draft stuff, I don't like to go heavy Aggies. I don't like to do it. You don't like to try and pull the homerism type card.
I'm just bringing up the point, and like as I kind of said, and Graham is making the point, are they maybe trying to move away with the roll the dice rounders?
Definitely,
100%. That is what
when you look at last year's pick with Sam Williams as well. Then you look at what they've done with Shoemaker this year. So Texans really are all in different ways. Yeah, do you know what I need to start doing? I need to start looking at what teams have taken, because I'm trying to guess what they're taking, and I keep forgetting what they already have.
Mike, you're going to be quite disappointed.
Oh, is it?
Gone.
Oh, Tank Dell.
is
Okay.
gone.
Okay. So let's do it by team. There we go. Right. Now I can be a little bit more in the know.
So the Houston wide receiver is staying in Houston with that pick. Yeah.
Right, let's put that on there. So, yeah, I mean, I'm going to have to go over Shoemaker again, because when we did tight ends, I wasn't very high on him. I wasn't a big fan.
We had Shoemaker in the first tight ends show, did we not?
We did, yeah. We talked about him, and I was not a big fan of him. What is strange, right? And we talked about there's a lot of wide receivers on the 30 visits. There's a lot of tight ends. What's weird is, there's a lot of tight ends on there, but Shoemaker wasn't one of them. So now I'm looking at the 30 visits, and bear in mind there were tight ends that were available to them. Tucker Kraft is a good example here, where he's a third round guy, but if you took him in the second round, I wouldn't be so bad about it. I'd be okay. But like, they haven't. They've gone and reached down to go and get this guy. What it seems to be with their first two picks is they're not guys you're expecting to come in and do a lot of different things and be like these game changers. But what they are guys who have a very specific type of skill set that the Cowboys are looking to extract, to put into their team, to put into the game. And that's what they've done here. They've just gone right down the line and gone, this is their role, this is what we want, and that's what we're going to use them for. And that is it. We're just after very specific roles here. And it's very much a very different philosophy. And really, when we talked about the Mazzy Smith, that they haven't taken an inside defensive line since 1991. All of a sudden, they do go and take one. Is like the whole, and like this is a pick they would never have made. They would never have made this pick years ago. Now all of a sudden they have, and you just kind of like go, is the whole philosophy on the entire draft way changed? And like the whole 30 visit thing, have we got to like move away from that and ignore it?
Mike, Byron Young, defensive tackle out of Alabama, has just gone to Las Vegas.
Is that the first Byron Young?
That's the first Byron Young.
Yeah.
Interesting. He would have gone before the Tennessee guy.
Yeah.
No. Oh no, it was the Tennessee guy, not the Alabama guy.
No, it's Alabama.
No, it's Alabama.
It was Alabama, was it?
Yeah.
I just seen Tennessee coming out. Or were they just doing like this is the other guy?
No. I don't know what flashed up in front of you, but no, it's the Alabama Byron Young. The fact that both of them play defensive tackle is even more confusing.
I know. Yeah, and what makes it even worse is they both play defensive tackle, but in really different ways as well. So you mess it up, you can mess it up bad. Right. So Nathaniel Bell
pick is straight in. I'll pull it up now. If it gets an
this third round's just going to go flying. So
yeah, it's going to be quick and
it will.
Okay.
Are they you're a little bit ahead, Lauren, are you?
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah, it's come up there now. That's an interesting pick. Mike is not going to be happy when he sees it.
Kendra Miller. Interesting.
Kendra Miller.
Oh, to New Orleans. That's very sneaky.
They must have concerns about Kamara for next season.
Well, Kamara's going to be... He's got time to serve on suspension, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Has it been confirmed yet that he has to serve that suspension?
Yeah, no, he will. I don't think it's been confirmed, but he will.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. So that then it makes sense for Saints to take a running back.
The only thing I got with Kendry Miller, again, they kind of almost gone down the road of the Cowboys thing with, a specific role, because they bypassed a lot of options to go down to get Kendry Miller, but he offers a lot in terms of because he's very much this squatty center of balance type guy. If you watch the highlight reel, you'll see it. He's squatty, gets low, center of gravity's good, and he's just hard to bring down because he's not a massive player. He's not a big running back, but he's just hard to bring down because he's got great contact balance, and that's obviously what they're going for. But the issue why I had him so low was the knee injury. There was a knee injury in it, and I was like, they must feel fine about it.
I'm going to give you a name right now.
Yes.
Deuce Vaughn.
Great running back. There's a guy that they could have taken. He is, for me, Deuce Vaughn, more of a change of pace type running back, though. Just like Devon A-Chain, Tajay Spears is another good example of that. They're not bell cow type running backs. Kendry Miller, Deuce Vaughn are fairly close together on my board. In fact, they are. They're not that far, four places apart on my board.
Yeah.
Kendry Miller is more of a guy you could have in to take a large amount of snaps. With Deuce Vaughn, you want him to be more in a committee.
Yeah. So just Labarski's comment there. Can Shoemaker play fullback snaps? I think every tight end out of Michigan can play fullback snaps.
I haven't marked him off on my board.
Labarski reckon we could get Deuce Vaughn as an undrafted free agent. I don't think so, Labarski. He'll be drafted.
No, yeah, he'll get drafted. He will get drafted. Yeah. So Shoemaker does have on mine a medical red flag with a shoulder injury. Okay.
It looks like the Giants have just traded up to after Arizona, so Arizona are on the clock at the moment, or picks in, and they've just changed the ticker so that New York's up for 73. So they've traded up.
Right, see, now here's my problem. On my comp for Shoemaker, it's not a problem, but it goes back to my point that Ferguson's going to be the tight end one. That my comp for Shoemaker is Peyton Hendershot.
Yeah.
That top, take the top off type guy who is just, in terms of blocking, just trying to get you down to the ground and then get moving.
Apparently, Broadus's comp was Ferguson.
Jake Ferguson.
So, like, catching is okay, route running is fine. It's more of the intermediate routes he's particularly good at. I think this is more the Cowboys wanting to take a tight end. They've taken one with who can do a specific role on 12-man formation, but they still want to keep Jake Ferguson as their guy.
Yeah,
they're really pushing to make Ferguson their tight end one. That's what this pick is.
Just pulling up Joe's comment here, and I think we're being a little unfair here to our offensive line. Joe was saying, I can't believe we've got no offensive line help. Dak is going to be running for his life. We have Tyler Smith, Tyron Smith, Zach Martin, Tyler Biadasz, Terrence Steele. That is as good a 5-man front as you're going to get in the league.
And Cardinals are going Garrett Williams there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Look who it is. This guy is goddamn beautiful. Look at him. It's Professor O. Oh, Marky. So, gotta get you straight in on this. I'm throwing you straight into the depth here.
Okay.
2 Michigan picks back to back, specific type roles of what they're looking for. But what do you make of both picks, and what grade would you give them both?
Yeah, great question. Well, we already know what's going to happen. Pick 90 is going to be Ryan Hayes, offensive lineman from Michigan. At 129, we're going to take Ronnie Bell, wide receiver, Michigan. And then in round 5, we're going to take kicker Jake Moody from Michigan. Just
there you go.
No, so we, you can kind of put the pencils down. We know what's going to happen. No, on to the picks. Good question. Appreciate you guys having me on, by the way. Shout out to you guys for holding it down. And I know it's early in the morning for you guys, so respect to you guys. But Mazi Smith, good player. Didn't love the pick, honestly. I felt like there were better players on the board, but I understand the fit and I feel the need. He's a guy that's going to help. The interior is going to take on some double teams and free up Micah, free up Tank, depending on what side of the field he's on, or Sam Williams. So I understand the value of it, but not a super exciting pick, but that's what you get with one text. I would caution people who just did you guys just see the Giants trade? Yeah, I saw that one.
Yeah.
It's been a rough draft, honestly, because our division rivals are having a fantastic draft so far. But back to Mazi Smith, I'll kind of be short and sweet about this. You gotta temper your expectations. You gotta temper your expectations for interior defensive linemen, especially in the rookie year. If you look at guys like Vita Vea, you look at Quinnen Williams, even Dexter Lawrence, although he played out of position his rookie year, these guys typically don't explode onto the scene. You really see the fruits of the labor and benefit of it year 2, 3, 4. He's a guy that, as he continues to grow in his career and develop some additional pass rush moves, could be a fantastic pick. I don't think he's going to be an immediate impact player, but he will help contribute. He'll be a rotational guy. So that's where I'm at with that. Day 2 so far. Luke Schoonmaker, I like him, but he's a 25-year-old tight end that I don't think is better than Jake Ferguson. So he's a tight end too, but he's a good blocker. He's kind of a Dalton Schultz light, so you kind of know what to expect there. I'd say he's a better playmaker with the ball in his hands. He can get more yak than what you saw from Schultz. But again, he's an older prospect. So didn't love that pick. And frankly, I thought that was the biggest reach that we've had so far. We only had 2 picks. But I didn't love that pick at all. I think he's a guy, if you take him at 90 or 129, cool. But at 58 with starting linebackers and starting interior offensive linemen on the board, and even guys that can contribute at wide receiver and cornerback immediately, just felt like a reach. But he's not a bad player. I don't hate him. So that's where I'm at.
No, it's not. And like I was saying to Brian and Onion before you came in, it seems to be what they've gone for at the moment is they're completely ignoring value. They're going for guys that they like, blue collar type guys, but with it's more like they're going for guys who have a very specific skill set. They're going to have a very specific role on this team, both both ways. And it seems to both be predicated on the run game.
So it's back-to-back Tennessee wide receivers. That's terrible.
So do you guys think, based on what you just said, Mike, and it totally makes sense, it seems like they went into this draft saying, we're going to stop the run and we're going to run the ball. So at 90, is that where you guys are thinking running back? Or are you guys thinking like Tank Bigsby, especially since Miller just got taken and that's somebody we know that they liked, or who's the name for you guys at 90? You guys had to guess.
I think like you've definitely looking at because it's West Coast, right? You got to keep thinking everything needs to be predicated on a West Coast system too, or at least have hints of it. So I'm looking at guys who can play the committee that can provide you plays from the backfield as well as moving out to say the slot. So I'm looking at guys like Devon Achane, Tajay Spears, Eric Gray. We talked about Juice Vaughn, Brian, Roshan Johnson. They're the sort of guys. Yeah. Most of those guys, because I've talked about those guys, they were like ranked in my order. I know I sent you my board, Mark. I do apologize for all the colors. If you're colorblind, I never asked. So
I like it. I like it.
But they're the type of guys I'm thinking about. I know what you're saying. Like Tank Bigsby isn't a bad way because, like, with Tank, if you decide next year, because you've only got Tony Pollard for a year, if then you're not looking to keep Tony Pollard beyond this season, Tank is that sort of guy that that he's at least a base for you where you feel comfortable enough to be like, well, there's our bell cow for now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
See, I'm kind of in a weird position too because I don't necessarily want a bell cow. I think that's, if you have one, great. But I think that's a luxury in today's NFL. I think, we see it league wide. There's a lot of teams, like look at the Super Bowl. Both the Eagles and the Kansas City Chiefs had a, plethora of running backs that they use in,
the committee. Yeah.
So I think that works well, but you don't always have to have contrasting styles. And I think that's where it gets interesting because we tend to hear you want thunder and lightning. You want a, quick shifty back and you want to hit them with that hammer. But you don't have to do that. You can have success with multiple guys that can attack a defense in a lot of ways. So like a guy like when you say, well, we have Tony Pollard now, we don't know if he'll be here long term. Even if they sign him long term, it doesn't necessarily mean that you can't get a similar type of player because when Pollard's not hurt, but when Pollard's tired, getting fatigued, you can bring in that other guy and have a fresh set of legs that's lightning quick and can explode and take it to the house. So they can go a lot of ways. There's definitely names that would be really good complementary players to Pollard. But like you mentioned with Tank Bigsby, that could be a guy that you're looking long-term saying, yes, compliments right now in 2024 is your starting running back. He's going to get 17 carries a game and we'll get somebody else next year in round 5 or whatever.
Yeah, that's like if you are going to move on from Tony Pollard and you are taking like Tucker or Tank Bigsby, then what happens is they become one part of your equation, and next year it kind of puts you in a position where you have to take running back again. Because I know we've still got till July, mind you, for Tony Pollard to sign a long-term deal. Not just because he's on a tag now doesn't mean he'll play on the tag. Perhaps that's what the whole tag thing was about for the Cowboys at this stage. It was like, well, we'll tag him, we'll see what we get in the draft. If we get something, that's it. If not, we'll sign him long-term. Could be the plan. It could be the plan all along. You never know. But
I'm just going to bring this up because I had this was just floating around in my head, and then Joe put it into the conversation.
Yeah,
Zeke coming back.
I still wouldn't put anything. You need again. Okay, we've talked about a replacement for Tony Pollard. When he's tired, but you've kind of got that in Malik Davis. You don't have a sort of big body back or a blocking back. Zeke's still out there and he is training with Dak in the backyard still. So it's certainly doable. And you've done right by Zeke. You've let him go. You haven't asked him to take a pay cut straight away. You've let him see what's out there. At the moment, there isn't anything out there, but bring him back and.
Does for you as well, right, Mark? Does what say like the Eagles have done, where they're looking at the box, the front seven? Does that put an emphasis on what you think the Cowboys should do in the draft as well? Do they really need to start staring down at offensive line here because what they're going to be facing in the season?
I mean, it's a great question. I try to caution people, and especially the team, if they talk to me, which they didn't ask me for my opinion, but if they did, I'd tell them, you don't want to be reactionary in the draft. Like you had a game plan going into it, stick to it, trust your evaluation process. If you think a guy's worth a certain pick, whether we think Luke's worth 58 or not, like if that's what your scouts evaluate and that's what Will McClay and Lunda Wells signed off on, take that guy. I don't think you say, well, the Eagles took this and the Giants just took a wide receiver, so we need a speedy defensive back to counter that wide receiver, because if you start chasing, you're following their strategy and deviating from what you do best. So I would caution against doing that. To your question, though, I do think we needed an offensive lineman, regardless of if the Eagles took Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith or not. We still needed to get somebody in the interior offensive line. So you're looking at, if you take somebody at 90, is that a Chandler Zavala, even though he had back issues, it doesn't have a ton of starts, but is a pretty good offensive lineman? Do you take somebody like Antonio Mafi in round 4 or 5 or wherever you evaluate? John Gaines, his teammate Anthony Bradford from LSU. There's still some good interior offensive linemen. I definitely think we need to address that. Is it at 90 or 129? I don't know, but probably want to do that pretty soon. And if not, you're looking at guys like Dalton Risner, however you say his last name, former Denver Broncos player. He's a free agent. So there's guys out there, or you roll with Chuma Edoga and see what he can do. But I definitely think you would like to get somebody to complement that room, if not push to start immediately.
Would you feel confident if the season started now with Chuma Edoga going in there?
Well, to be honest with you, I think if the season started right now, no, I would not. As much as I don't want to move Tyler Smith to left guard, I'd be considering it right now because I'm like, if Tyron Smith's healthy and Terrence Steele's good to go, I probably feel better with Tyler Smith at left guard than I do with Chuma Edoga. But I don't know that they want to do that. But at the same time, I guess you could slightly push back and say Larry Allen played left tackle, right guard, left guard. They moved him all over the place. Not saying Tyler Smith, Larry Allen. I hope he is, but
yeah, that would be nice.
You can do that, but I think for where they view him, they don't want to continuously move him, and they think he could be the left tackle. So I don't know. I think it would be ideal to draft somebody or sign somebody in free agency so you're not stuck in that position. But on the Zeke situation, I get it. I get where you guys are going. The thought makes sense. I would hate that personally, not because I hate Zeke, but I'm afraid of the team politics. There's Byron Young. We just talked about him, 25-year-old. The team politics, like I know Zeke's still a fan favorite. I know Jerry Jones and Steven Jones. They're not going to force him to play, but they're definitely going to want him to play. And I just feel like you can get younger, fresher legs for less money than he's going to cost. Even if he comes back on a veteran minimum, you can get a guy in round 4 or 5 that I think is quicker and more explosive right now than Zeke is, and it's going to cost you less money. And at that point, you're looking at your actual running back room and not saying, hey, Jerry and Steven didn't say I need to run the ball with him, but I kind of feel pressured because I know that he sells jerseys and I know fans still love him. So I'm going to find uses for him. I think you just kind of use what makes more sense. And again, they may not even do that if they bring him back, but that would be my concern is he's going to be the guy that vultures the touchdowns and gets the 1-yard touchdown situations and some of the situation. And then you have Tony Pollard saying, hey, man, I have a contract that I'm looking for, and you're taking all my touchdown opportunities away. So I would rather not do that, but I definitely understand it. Like he can still pass pro really well. He's still a good short yardage converting running back. So, and he's familiar with the scheme and coaches like him. So it wouldn't shock me at all. No.
Yeah. All right. So your ideal, right? Your most ideal. I know we're staring into the future, but what's your ideal now? Next 3rd and 4th round pick. Your next 1-2 punch.
Yeah. So it's going to depend on how the board falls, but I think in an ideal world at this point, since we've already invested in, we're going offensive line, we're going for the run game. Yeah, that's an interesting pick right there. I think you probably go running back at 90 if there's somebody that you like, and then at 129 you're taking the best guard if that's Bradford, Mafi, Zavala, whoever, and you just say, hey, that's what we're doing. There's still a lot of wide receivers that are interesting. There's surprisingly a good amount of cornerbacks that fell. But I think at this point we have immediate needs that you could solve in this draft, and I hate drafting for need, but you may start considering it, especially when you're in this spot. I mean, it's different to reach for a player that you need it the round 1 or round 2, but when you're talking round 4 or 5, it's not as big of a deal to slightly reach. We already took a guy that I think we reached for anyway. So.
Oh yeah, definitely. Just so you know as well, I've just used just throwing you the love, mate. I've just thrown your tweet in one of my articles. So.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Unfortunately,
I was going to say, unfortunately, I have a newborn. She's 4 weeks old, so I have to go help mom. But I wanted to make sure I jumped on with you guys. I will try my best, depending on how the baby's doing, to hop back on after 90, so we can talk about that for a little while. But it was a pleasure. I appreciate you guys having me on. Thank you guys so much, and I would love to do a show in the future where I have more time and I can dedicate it. But I wanted to make sure I was here for a little bit.
Yeah,
so thank you guys for having me on.
You know the love's there, mate. So
and there's Josh Downs gone.
Yeah, just throw us a message whenever you've got the time, mate. You know the love's there. I'm always here for you, man.
Sounds good. I appreciate that. You guys have a good night. Go Cowboys.
Cheers, man.
Andrew, stay safe.
Talk to you soon.
Here we go. And there comes in, and there goes another guest.
Yep. So that's Green Bay gone 2 tight ends and a wide
2
receiver.
tight ends and a wide receiver. Like as Graham is saying,
Rodgers will
the shade, the absolute shade.
It is funny. You got to laugh at it. But what was funny is, if you remember when we were talking in, like in the pre-draft shows, we were like, wouldn't it be funny if this is what Green Bay did in the draft? And they're doing exactly what we said. So it's just like, it's the comedy all over.
So let's just reassess our board a little bit here. We're about 10, 11 picks out from the Cowboys pick. What's intriguing to me now, right? And I get the talk of going offensive guard. I get the talk of running back. Trenton Simpson, Deion Henley are still available.
Makes sense.
And Keely Ringo is still available.
Yep.
There's also a trade just after being announced. The Steelers have traded a pick to the Carolina Panthers. The Panthers are on the clock.
I am still bouncing everywhere a minute. I'm almost complete. Yeah. What's funny is I'm like, oh yes, there we go, and I can relax, and then pick bloody 90 will come in, and I'll have to swoop away again.
Darnell Washington is also still available.
I've briefly jumped onto socials. I've seen that there's issues with a knee for him, which is maybe why he's been pushed down the board.
Yeah.
Obviously, the medical testing's come back, and it's. I don't know. Is this a sort of Ron Levy situation that you've got?
Yeah. Yeah.
Interesting.
Darnell Washington and someone else is falling due to medical issues.
Doesn't like that then. Okay. I'll shut my mouth then.
Okay.
No, not you. Not you. Something just.
DeJuan Jones is also still available.
Very
Levarsky
true.
is saying.
Yep.
Yeah.
How many picks are we away? Because I'm completely.
We're at pick 80.
Oh wow!
So
we're not that far
10
away.
picks away. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're not that far out. I'm loving that you're still saying Mel Kiper is still saying the Panthers need a quarterback. Okay, Mel. You keep thinking that. But I mean, look, folks, anyone who's still with us, let us know what your thoughts are. Trenton Simpson, Darnell Washington, Adetomiwa Adebawore, Jair Brown, Devin A. Chain are the top available players right now.
Let me just flip this.
And the pick is in for Carolina, but they've not announced it yet.
Nope. It's still ticking on the stream I have here. What we didn't get a chance to talk about this much, gentlemen, as we had a few visitors in there. Tyler Steen and Sidney Brown, our rivals have taken at the top of the third round. Have you any thoughts on that, or the fact that the Giants also took Jalen Hyatt? Are they all just value picks right now?
They were value picks in one respect. Like,
yeah,
Sidney Brown is probably the best out the lot that I like. Jalen Hyatt, I've called fool's gold. In my scouting report, I've done one on Jalen Hyatt. You can read it. That the issue is he played on Tennessee that played the spread offense and only asked Jalen Hyatt to do one thing. You run one route. And the one route, and all they were doing. So what happened is they understood that Jalen Hyatt has this unbelievable burst off the line, has a great way of getting into his stem very quickly, into his route stem, and just gets going. Top end speed is insane. so what happened is they just went just go on a 9 route, run a bang 9 if you need to. Let us know when that's coming, and just do that. So he was just. It's just one thing all the time. They were asking him. You watch the highlight reel. Honestly, you can watch a highlight reel of him. There was one that was on when he made the pick, and I was over there, and you could see it coming up. And you're just watching it. You're like, well, I'm looking at like, oh, there was a deep post route in there, and you go, oh, okay, and that's how I feel about Hyatt. In the NFL, I just look at that and I'm just like, you're going to be against guys who are speedy, who can keep up with you. So you take away what makes Jalen Hyatt special. Now what are you doing? Because he hasn't got other ways he's going to beat you. He's reliant on that. So that's why I called him Fool's Gold.
Yeah.
He's more the type of player. What Jalen Hyatt is, like I've likened him to Brandon Cooks. What Jalen Hyatt is more of a complementary piece that makes the rest of your wide receivers better. Only because you need to account for his deep speed. So because you have to back things up against him. So because you do that, it creates gaps, and when you look at your spacing, your wide receiver spacing, it's going to give your other wide receivers more space to play in because of that. And that's what Hyatt is. He's the Brandon Cooks. He's your Brandon Cooks.
Yeah.
Right, let's get this on the roll. So what are you guys hoping for? What are you looking for the Cowboys to take then?
I'll say it honestly. I'm not even going to try and guess what they're going to do.
I don't try and guess. What you want,
or
what you would like.
I really don't care.
Oh, like that.
I think now's where you start maybe looking at something like a wide receiver, a running back, that sort of thing. But I mean, there still is issues with the offensive line. That was what we were expecting from day one and day two.
Yeah.
So we've missed out on one pick there.
Yeah. DJ Johnson,
and
you see again, that's a pick, a deep pick. He's my 205th ranked player.
Yeah.
So this guy, great Senior Bowl. Mark him down as having a good Senior Bowl, yeah. DJ Johnson. Production's there.
Yeah.
It's very much gone that way. Like we were saying yesterday, Brian, we're going, oh, this draft is drunk. But I think what we're looking at is just that there's these teams this year of just going, do you know what? From now on, I'm not taking who you want. I'm taking my guys from now on. I'm just so when we're doing these draft boards and analysis and the rest of it, we're looking at it, and they're just like, no, we're making a list of guys that we're taking. That's it. And we're just going off that. We're just going to take our guys, because we're talking about who the Cowboys are taking, and the Eagles are and we're talking about the Eagles taking good value picks, and we're afraid of what they're doing. Okay. That is somewhat scary.
Is that Mo Farah that's making the pick?
No, it's Jason McCourty or
Jason McCourty. Yeah. Oh,
Tajay Spears.
Oh, see, and that was one guy I was hoping for. I was really hoping for Tajay Spears. What have I done here?
Tulane, isn't it? He's from.
Yes.
Ooh.
But again, right? So they've taken going back to my original statement, Tajay Spears, right? So let me just mark him off. Once I find him, where have I put him? There he is.
94.
Yeah, I got him.
Yeah.
So I do like him, but let's do this, right? So put a pow, go like this, go like that, and let's go to put these in order, right? So if we go to my running backs, and they've just taken Tajay Spears, just as an example, right? So that's fine, but you still got Devon A-Chain there, Dwayne McBride, Eric Gray. I suppose you could leave until day 3, same as Juice Bomb. But like,
so
there's available players to them that they didn't take. They were quite happy to leave.
Right. Let's focus in on running back. Right. Who is available that was 30 before they spoke to at the combine?
Roshan Johnson was one.
Roshan Johnson is the pimple.
Yeah.
Zach
Zach Evans.
Yabi's gone.
Zach Evans. Hold on, I get my list back up. Why am I on this? What the hell did it end up there? Right, get off there, you. You get off there. Right. I got too many windows open. Right, okay. So other running backs that are still available. The issue now is the rest of the running back class are guys like we're talking, we're saying Roshan Johnson, round 3, okay, could work. That's fine. For me, Roshan Johnson in my top 100 guys is number 100. So he's literally the last guy that pipped in there. But the other guys, Zach Evans and Chris Rodriguez, they're guys for like 5th round picks.
So you just said Roshan Johnson's in your top 100, did you?
He is.
Right. You had Shoemaker at 250 something.
Let me go to my tight ends.
Denver have just traded in now. Again.
Shoemaker for me was 170.
Right. So Shoemaker was someone who was not getting any love from PFF. Everyone was picking him up, I think, in the 4th and 5th round and sending it to Broadus.
That's where I would have taken him. Yeah.
And everyone, like, PFF was giving it an F grade regardless. And Broadus said, no, I disagree. Broadus has seen something in this player. Broadus, as we know, has ran drafts 4 teams before. I would trust that old Krusty over some of these media guys who were paid to talk.
You got to think like PFF and stuff is that they are they're just completely generic. So like their board isn't board specific. It isn't team specific. Yeah. So it like mine, it's specific to me. What I like. So it's the same for them. Where Broadus is looking at it as a team specific. So Shoemaker, as I say, he will have a specific role. It works in the Cowboys offense. Like what PFF are doing is what most of us are doing too, is that they're looking at it and they're going, there was other guys available to you. That makes this not a very good pick. And there is a touch of that. But you have to wonder, like Lorne was attesting to with Darnell Washington with the injury, is that we don't get the medicals. So we don't read. And medicals isn't like what's wrong with you. It's risk assessment. So like what was the risk assessment on him? Because he's had the foot injury. He's had an ankle injury. They're both issues. And there was something to do with the knee. I could be wrong. Anyway, but there's a lot to like in the player, but these are all the background stuff that we don't get to see. Like our boards are completely based off watching tape, watching Combine, watching Senior Bowls, where East West Shrine, seeing what you read
teams are
online.
To.
Yeah, there's some of that, like 30 visits, kind of like pique your interest on players too, and what you hear about them when they come back as well. This is what you watch for, and that's what our boards are all based on. Where their boards are based on a lot more on. Based on interviews as well. We don't get to sit in those rooms and hear the interviews.
No.
They might even, like, say with Darnell Washington, it might not even be, and I'm not saying that it is, I'm just using this as a hypothetical and as an example, where like Darnell Washington may have gone to an interview and the Cowboys know he's gone to, and they phone up, how is he? And they'd be like, yeah, we're not taking him. And they'll give them their reasons. We don't get any of that either. So like, these are all the things. It's the character side that's just as important. And that's one thing like McCarthy is quite good at. And that's about the locker room chemistry.
So the Denver Broncos have just made their pick and they've taken Riley Moss, cornerback out of Iowa.
Yeah, and they gave up 108 and a third round next year to move up.
Going again, right, Brian? Going again, talking about what we're saying, moving again into this background stuff. My board, he's number 150th. He's a 5th round guy.
Yeah. Well, sorry, just want to. So Eddie has asked who was our 2nd round pick. So Eddie, our 2nd round pick was Luke Schoonmaker, tight end out of Michigan. So we've taken Michigan and Michigan. There's a Michigan guard that we're going to take in the 3rd round, a Michigan wide receiver we're going to take in the 4th round, a Michigan kicker we're going to take in the 5th round. I think there's a Michigan linebacker in the 6th and a cornerback in the 7th. Or an edge rusher. We're Michigan South now.
Well, that was in my tweet. I was like, it seems to be some kind of romance going on here.
Yeah. Dolphins selection is in, and that was very quick to get out onto the podium.
Ooh. Oh! There you go. There's your first Aggie.
Yes, I just won a bet. I need to go message RJ.
So the Miami Dolphins have taken Devon Achane from some school in some part of Texas. I think they do a lot of farming down around there. There's an awful lot of manure around that campus.
Agriculture, mate. Agriculture.
That's
what it stands for. Right. Let me just
be careful because my wife's in agriculture, horticulture.
I also work for an agricultural company right now. So Lebarski is saying, with this run, I think we go running back at 90. Look, Lebarski, there was a run on wide receivers and tight ends in the lead up to the Mazi Smith pick. Doesn't mean we're going to do it. There was a run on guards and offensive tackles in the 2nd round. We went and got our tight end. There's guys there. Trenton Simpson is still there. Antabare has slipped. Keely Ringo is still there.
Sorry.
I'm going to mute you in a minute.
No, I just tweeted RJ and I just tweeted him a bag of money.
The Chargers are on the clock. As I told you, the Chargers always make their pick. Chargers do not trade. Chargers do not do anything. They just literally sit and pick. Graham says he also talks a lot of agriculture. Oh, that hurts. Oh. So the LA Chargers have taken Dane Henley, linebacker. That actually hurts. Because that's where I thought the Cowboys might go.
He was my linebacker 6.
Yeah.
I called him Dre Greenlaw was my comp for him.
Yeah.
I just think it's fair. It's all right. It works. Like I'm watching his tape now, and okay.
Yeah. There's no. Joe has said there's no one left to draft. if there was no one left to draft, Joe, tomorrow would not be the Scouts' day, and that's where me and Mike are going to come into our element and be able to give you reports on everybody.
So right there, like right there. I put it there. Put it this way. This is how sad my life is, right? So let me go to M. There. Okay. That my 400th guy, and I scouted him very sadly, was Alex Ward, long snapper.
You took a long snapper. Oh my god.
He's on my board. I gotta have him on there. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna put him down.
As University says, there are a lot of good players available. There are still a lot of good players available. And there will continue to be good players available in this draft. We're what, 5 picks to go?
1, 2, 3, yeah.
Baltimore are on the clock as it stands. I would suggest this is the landing spot for Trenton Simpson because Baltimore always pick players. They take the best player who's available, and they tend to go with the populist vote. So, Lebarski is suggesting Keely Ringo. I don't know if that's for us or for the Ravens. They could take Keely Ringo here.
So cornerback makes sense for the Cowboys. I've said that for the start for a whole host of reasons we went through in, the pre-draft shows. The only thing I'm opposed to on doing it is that because there's a lot of cornerbacks still available to you and the position is so deep, I'm quite happy to leave it run another round.
Lebarski is saying they're looking at trade charts in the war room.
Oh, right.
So I'm not sure if that's to go up or down. I think they would go down from here.
I think they go up.
I don't think so. I don't think they're going to be in love with anybody enough to go up right now. But that's my opinion.
Dwan Jones, who did he go to?
Dwan Jones still on the board.
He's still on the board. I thought so. That would be the pick then for me.
I don't think so. Not for me.
No. I don't mean I think that's who they take, but that's who I would take. That would be the one for me. Schmitz has gone.
Yeah.
I'm still quite happy with a lot of options there.
But this is the thing, Mike, as we said, the first round, there was a lot of options there. Second round, a lot of options. And didn't pick anyone that we were talking about.
Go.
So
here we go. They could be trading down. And here's my idea of what they're going to do. Trade down, extra pick in this round, for an extra pick in this round. So it's going to be another second round pick that they're trying to grab a hold of. And then they had a guy in for a 30 visit. Yeah, I got it. There we go. So I think they could trade down on this, stay in the second, and their pick is going to be Jacqueline Roy, who they had in for a 30 visit.
Why would you take another defensive tackle?
I know that's what you're going to say. I knew that's what you were going to say. But they're going to use that to bolster their inside defensive line. And then with their other pick, they do whatever that their plan was.
So my question straight away then is, Mike, what is the point of this draft? Because you're not actually helping Mike McCarthy to run a West Coast offense.
That's Trenton Simpson.
Yeah.
I told you Baltimore would do that. Trenton Simpson. Is he the last guy in the green room?
Keely Ringo. Yeah, I think he is. I don't.
Keely Ringo wasn't in the green room.
No, he wasn't in the green room at all.
I think that was the last one.
Yeah. Wow.
I wonder how weird that must be. How many you go in on day one into the green room and it's packed full of all these people and media people and agents and family, and then they all start getting picked and leaving the room, and then you're like the last one in there. How weird must that
49ers
feel?
have just jumped up.
Oh, yeah.
Mike, do you want me to try and get Brady Quinn on the show and we'll ask him? You know I'm crazy enough to try and do it.
Hey, why not?
The crazy thing, they didn't let Quentin Johnson. They didn't invite him, but they invited Swimson. I thought that was kind of weird.
So Lebarski is saying Keon
Yeah.
White was the last green room guy taken.
I thought Trenton was in the green.
I thought
No,
Trent
I don't-
Simpson was in the green room. But look, hands up.
Yeah, I was with you. I thought he was.
It looked like it. It looked like the green room.
Mm.
Oh, someone's coming out to talk big for the 49ers. Who in the heck is that?
It's Staley, the
Oh.
former offensive lineman.
All right.
You guys hear
Okay.
Drew again?
You are,
Yes,
sorry,
Yeah.
mate?
Yeah.
We've
Well,
had a
this
few
is San
guests.
Francisco's first pick, isn't it?
Yeah,
yes.
and I've just seen who it is.
Yeah.
And it was a reach.
I think I got
Going for
more around.
physicality. Going for physicality. All right,
Love
then.
it.
So the Cowboys pick is shortly coming up because the Jags are on the clock.
What are you guys
So
thinking?
this is the top of my board. It could be. I think that it could be a trade, but what is interesting? You've got a cornerback, Keely Ringo, which we were talking about, but DeJuan Jones is there, and I find that interesting. And I don't know why he's still there.
What
But
do you guys
that
think of
I find
Rashawn Johnson?
I
You're
d-
talking
yeah.
to
I like-
Longhorns.
I do like him. I don't like him in the second round.
Third.
Well, we're in
But-
the third. Now. We're
Sorry,
in the
third
third
round.
now.
Yeah, I still don't like him in the third. Sorry, yeah, that's what I meant. Sorry. Early in the morning, mate. I've missed a round.
Yeah.
So
Mike, do what you did the last round. Who is the top? Who is your highest rated Big Ten player available?
yeah, he was still there. He's still there, mate.
No, who is it?
My highest rated Big Ten
Yeah,
is
who's
DeJuan
available?
Jones.
DeJuan Jones. Right, there you go. There's the pick.
Yeah, I see what you're doing.
That's your
Trying
pick.
to find the pattern.
Oh, come on. It's not as if it's not an easy pattern to pick up.
Right, let's do this. The LA Chargers are on the clock. So it's time to predict the pick, folks. So get your thoughts in, get them in.
Oh! Tank Bigsby is off.
Interesting.
Tank Bigsby is
So
gone. He's gone to Jacksonville.
Give us who you think this Cowboys pick is going to be. Be very interesting to know what people's thoughts are on this one. So far, the Cowboys have really not cared about anyone's board. They got their own. So I have no clue. Oh, I still got Rashi Rice on my board, and he's gone.
He's gone. So the LA Rams are up with their second pick in the draft, I believe.
Here we go. What about this for the Cowboys here, which will make this a tremendous pick? Is what about Chandler Zavala?
Lebarski has called for Zavala, but he thinks it'll be Roshan Johnson.
One sec.
Look, we haven't been close with any of these picks, so I don't think there's any point in us suggesting someone.
I'm just going
Because-
position, and I'm going to go offensive line. So
I'm going to go. Do you know what? I'm going to go at Maffey right now. That's who I'm going to say.
Anthony Maffey, interesting.
Where do you have Zavala, Mike?
Zavala is for me. He's in my. He's. I just had him. Yeah. He's my 83rd player.
So Lebarski is saying Dewan Jones is a medical flag and he's not on a lot of teams' boards.
Yeah. There was. So if I bring it up because I've got it on mine. On Dewan
Joe
Jones.
is suggesting it's an offensive line player that we're going to take.
Yeah.
And Lebarski is disappointed he had Bigsby at pick 90.
What if it was Darnell Washington this pick?
What are we going to do with 4 tight ends? We're going to run 41 man personnel?
Bit more 13 packages, that's for sure.
No, it's not going to be Darnell Washington.
Watch Brian's face now when it is.
We're not trying to screw Aaron Rodgers here, Mike. It's not going to be Darnell Washington.
When this pick comes in, guys, again, I'm going to have to bounce briefly and then I'll come back. But it won't take me long. I have tried getting hold of Paul to come back for it.
Yeah.
You guys going to
JXL
get any sleep tonight?
Say again, sorry, mate.
Going to get any sleep tonight?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I got a busy day tomorrow.
Graham is suggesting we're going for Joey Fisher. I'm pretty sure Graham is on the wind up with that.
Yeah. He's in his own little bubble over there.
JXL has suggested Keely Ringo, Roshan Johnson, or Chandler Zavala as well. So, like, I think a lot of us are in agreement as to where we would like things to go. Mike, what other running backs are available? Eric Gray is still there,
which is a bit hard.
McBride is still there.
Hold on, then. Let me just change the view of my board a minute, Brian.
Yeah, like they're. Oh,
running back.
Lebarski is saying Bones Fassel is in the war room, and that Dan Quinn is on the phone.
So running backs, Dwayne McBride, obviously Tank Bigsby's gone. Roshan Johnson, Sean Tucker, Eric Gray, Deuce Vaughn. The only one really for me that you can kind of push into the 3rd round is Dwayne McBride. Roshan Johnson, I would understand if they did, because they'd be afraid that he wouldn't make to their 4th pick, but it would be a little bit high. Like I say, he's pick 100, 100th player for me, Roshan Johnson.
Got to be defense. Quinn's shaking hands and everything, high-fiving.
So the 89th pick has been made, and it's Kobe Turner, defensive tackle out of Wake Forest.
So if that's the case, then the Cowboys have taken cornerback Keely Ringo.
Yeah,
don't tip the pick, but no, I think
that's right there.
No, I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not. That's honestly, it's my guess.
You're probably
I'm
right.
not going to mention it at all.
Yeah.
So the pick is in.
Or Darius Rush, because Darius Rush was a guy that they were talking to a lot.
Darius Rush was the guy I said to you on Saturday, wasn't it, or over the weekend?
Yeah. He makes sense too. And like they do like him, they talk to him, so I think it's one of those two. And then we need to really in day 3. Then I think there's going to be a lot of jostling around on picks to try and get position.
And Drew Pearson's doing the presentation again.
So everybody looks happy in the war room anyway, which is good. DQ is happy.
Here we go.
See your buddy Lloyd Wheeler's in the crowd there.
He is, yeah, he's down there. He almost didn't make it either. He was snowed in. He took a flight from somewhere to somewhere. Me and Jamie were talking about it.
It's almost snowed in, you said?
Yeah. He went from somewhere to somewhere, and the airport he landed at was all blocked in with snow.
Oh, my God.
Oh! The pick is in, and as we said, it was nobody we were talking about. The Dallas Cowboys have selected DeMarvion Overshown, linebacker, out of the wonderful, universally beloved University of Texas. Agent Zero is in the house, folks.
I know.
We have picked DeMarvion Overshown. That is why Bones Fassel was in the room.
What proportion of his signing bonus is going to get the number 0 T-shirt?
Nah.
There we go. So we have taken a linebacker. I am happy about this. I'm not going to lie. I'm happy about this pick.
Just so you guys have got it, I've just put in the internal chat my Overshown scouting report for you guys. That's all.
Yeah.
He is a good guy. I enjoyed. He was one of the more fun scouting reports I did. He was a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah. Jamie Smith is asleep right now, and I think I might have to ring him and wake him up because he is going to be one excited Leeds boy right now.
Right. Once somebody comes back, I just got to jump away.
Yeah.
And then I shall return.
Yes, absolutely. Barry, what are your own thoughts on the pick?
Well, like you guys are the experts. Like I said, I just try to create a great time for everybody. You guys are, I really admire you guys, all the work you guys do and all the studying and everything else, because you guys really, really find the guys. I mean,
go on ahead.
No, I was thinking. I mean, I know Rashawn's out there from Texas, but maybe we get him in the 4th round or something. Who knows? Or maybe they'll jump up. I mean, like I think the running backs. I mean, they're just so deep, and I mean, look at all the teams that went to the Super Bowl with 4th, 5th round pick running backs. So so you just never know. I just get a kick out of everybody when all these experts. The Cowboys got an A and the Seahawks got a B-. I mean, you don't even they haven't even played it down yet, and you're grading the drafts and everything else. And I mean, who knows?
Yeah.
I mean, I know Mike was upset with the Eagles and everything else, but you never. I mean, one of those guys get hurt. I mean, look, you never know.
Yeah. So, Mike, like if we talk about DeMarvion Overshown for a minute, right? DeMarvion Overshown was he went to Texas. He was brought there as a safety. Who was a guy who then dropped down into the box. So if you look at this pick, it's helping the secondary, it's helping the linebacking core. It's giving you a guy who can play as a linebacker in coverage.
Yeah, he's really good at coverage.
It's giving you players in a situation that you need. Because we don't really have a good coverage linebacker.
Here you go. Here's an interesting stat for you, right? In 2022, DeMarvion Overshown played 332 coverage snaps. In that time, 0 touchdowns allowed.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yep. But there was also talk the Cowboys have had him in and obviously have done their due diligence on this. They've talked about adding some beef to him as well and maybe making him a bookend Parsons as well. So
it makes sense.
This is, but I mean that gives you somebody that you can spell Sam Williams as well, so that you're not tiring all of these guys out. Again, it's focusing on an area of strength, you could say, and
yeah,
I will be back in 5.
yeah, go for it. Like, I mean, like Lauren, we've watched DeMarvion Overshawn over the last 4 years in Texas, and like Lebarski, who is another Texas Longhorn, is not impressed about this pick. He's slow, he doesn't read and diagnose. Makes more sense if you're saying he'll add weight and be an edge. Like he played that jack position. He played that jack linebacker. So he could come down. He took over from the guy we had on the practice squad last year, whose name is
Malik Jefferson.
Yes, Malik Jefferson. That's exactly who I'm thinking about.
Who's still on our roster, I think.
Yeah, he's still there.
He's a future pick.
Yeah. So, and Graham is saying he's quite happy they're staying away from cornerback and wide receiver. You know. Oh, are we up? Okay, we're up at 92. Okay, that was quick.
Yeah, Bills took who was
Dorian Williams.
Yeah,
from Tulane. The Chiefs are at the podium, so of course this will take longer. And Joe is saying, thank God tomorrow the draft is on earlier. Yes, Joe.
Yep.
Thank God, even though it will be an hour later for you in Italy, we should hopefully be finished by midnight. Oh,
Wanya Morris. Oh, Oklahoma.
Yeah. So that trash school up north has another player taken. You know, there's no love for that school up north on here, Barry, don't you?
Yeah.
We need to get Bill Jones on here one day.
Yeah.
So who's up next? It's Pittsburgh Steelers are up next.
Yeah. So there he is, Paul.
Well.
What are your immediate thoughts? Agent Zero is now in the house.
I like the pick. I really like the pick.
Yeah.
Yeah. Overshawn, man. Hell yeah. I like it. Like, Nix is not happy with our second rounder. He is not happy about it at all.
Right.
Because he's like, you could have got Darnell Washington in the third and get a better linebacker in the second. Yeah, I can argue that, but when you're looking at the 30-day visits, it all makes sense. It's the writing's on the wall. So if it's me, if we're going for a running back, it's got to be Zach Evans now.
Roshan Johnson is still available, Paul.
True,
and he was a 30 visit. So again, it's tracking that Will McClay thing of, did they talk to them at the combine? Did they go to a pro day? Did they have them in for a 30 visit? Did they see them at the Senior Bowl? They're kind of your ticks that you would make against any player. And if you're ticking 3 of those 4 boxes, there's a good chance Will McClay is interested in you. And
I'll tell you, somebody had commented that Fassel was in the war room at one point in time. You can imagine that Overshawn will be used on special teams, big style. You know, you like to have your linebackers on coverage, and I think that's probably, you know, that would be why he'd be in the room. So,
yeah.
No, I was very happy with the Overshawn pick. Really happy with it, to be honest. Like when you look at like the Tyjae Spears and the Bigsby picks really I think that really took a bit of a dent. I think perhaps it might have not. We don't know, but just looking on based on the 30-day visit, when you look at the other players, and there is still some good offensive linemen still actually out there. Zavia is out there, the North Carolina guy, NC State. He's there. There's also Duran Jones is still out there, the tackle. You could.
So Lebarski is saying that there's medical red flags with Duran Jones. He's off most people's boards, and that's why he's not been picked so far.
Wow! So we might actually get there's a potential that he could be an absolute steal later on the rounds.
And I mean, you still got Darnell Washington. He's supposedly got red flag as well. You know.
Yeah. He's fallen down big time. Like he actually now might fall down to the 5th round from what I'm hearing.
Keely Ringo is still available as well.
Yeah, the corner. Yeah.
But I'm going to pull it up here. Little Mac is asking, what grade? And Barry, you spoke about this not a few minutes ago. What grade do we all give the Cowboys so far? You know, so we'll go round the horn. What do you guys think? Go on, Paul.
I'm going to give it a solid B.
Okay.
I'd have to agree. I mean, we've addressed areas of need. We've got guys that, okay, we haven't necessarily thought that they would be the pick at the time, but you know, every pick we've made so far, we've certainly all warmed up to when we've had time to think about it. So
it's Darnell Washington just got picked up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Here, let me share my screen because I think my feed is a little bit ahead.
Maybe.
Yeah. Go for it, Paul. Barry, what are your own thoughts? Would you agree with the guys in terms of it being a B draft? Would you go higher? Would you go lower?
No, I think it's. I mean, I think it's good. Like I said, I always kind of say that, you know, wait 2 years and then you'll know. But I mean, you know, just to kind of the right off the top of the cuff. I mean, like I said, we got a great special teams player. I mean, you never know if, like you said, if he comes in and contributes to the linebacking team. Well, I mean, we got. I just think if the health of Jabril Cox and Damone Clark is good, gosh, it's exciting. You know, then they got they get Micah, they get Leighton. I mean, now you have a great depth, and then you got this guy now too. But you know, hopefully he'll excel in special teams. You know, I think the tight end's good. I mean, they got three really good ones now, and and of course Mozzie's awesome. I mean, that guy's a beast. So,
like when we were kind of drawn up, what were our positions? Where do we need to pick?
We did. We still need to. Oh, here's Arizona coming in.
Like defensive tackle was a need, linebacker was a need, and tight end was a need. Like, or picking up a running back, might have been a need. Extra offensive lineman might have been a need, but they've been smart, and you know they're making smart moves this offseason. Like when you add in the fact that they went and got Stephon Gilmore, they went and got Brandon Cooks. You know, I think they've been very smart in what they're doing. Yeah, it's not the splashy, flashy players that everybody wants, and you know. Again, it's like trust Will McClay. Will McClay is a very smart man.
Yeah, I think they did a great job in filling up some of that with the free agents. I thought they did a great job filling some holes, and that allowed them to go into this draft as not, you know, getting too crazy or just drafting on a need and, you know, on something that they really are desperate for.
Here's a question, right? Of all the 3 picks, right, and I've just kind of dawned on this, and it's just occurred to me. What did all of them? What one word would you all associate both these 2 defensive players and offensive player?
Motor, I would say.
Physicality. I would have said.
Yeah. But
all of them are physical.
Yeah.
I think the other thing as well to pick up on, the guys that we have signed, the guys like Ronald Jones and all that, they don't qualify against the compensatory pick formula as well. So we still have the potential to get compensatory picks next year. You've used up compensatory picks this year to pick up Brandon Cooks and Stephen Gilmore. So, you're going to get contribution from them anyway for this year, if nothing else. And they were fifth rounders. Fifth rounders generally, you're not expecting anything from them anyway. So I think they've done exceptionally well this year, and you're still going to have compensatory picks next year for the draft. So this is. It is all very positive this year. I mean, obviously, you've still got to get through training camp and get into the games, but I'm already sort of hyped for this season.
Let's remember as well, like, it's not the best draft class. It's not, right? So here comes the Bengals selection. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's not the best draft class, and for us to kind of get a B grade on what we're doing right now, I think it's a positive. Underwhelming 100%, but it looks like Jimmy Savile. No, not that guy, the guy before him. Had the cigar and everything. But I'm loving the Ultimate Warrior stuff. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. I like Graham's point here. None of us have said we hate a pick.
No.
So far.
I love the Overshawn pick. I do love that.
Yeah.
And this goes back to what I've been saying. They've made smart picks. They're not sexy. They're not flashy, but you're bringing in guys who are leaders on their team who are going to do a job. And maybe it's time we got away from having, the fact we didn't go for Odell Beckham Jr. in this offseason.
Yep.
That we're going, you know what? We're here to do a job. Mike McCarthy is a blue-collar guy from around the Pittsburgh area. And he's just, I want to go in, I want to do my job, get home.
Yep. So Chrissy's got more control of the team now. Like, he wants to really mold what he wants exactly. So now going forward, Jordan Battle. Wow.
Yeah. So another safety off the board. Again, I would say that might be a little bit high for Jordan Battle. I thought he might drop it a little bit further, but
look who it is. It's Mr. Wilson.
Good on, guys.
There we are.
Not Graham.
Not too bad, man.
Hi, Barry. How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Yeah, good. I wish I was traveling with the guys and Thanksgiving, but hey ho, that's another story. No, I just thought I would jump on. Like, regular listeners to the show will know that I'm very much an O-line. I love my D-line. I love my foundational pieces. I think the picks so far are foundational pieces that will allow us to go and challenge again for the championship game, because, like, I'm a big one for, you don't go flash, you go what's required. And D-line, yes, absolutely. Tight end, we could do with. Linebacker, how long have we said that the linebacker core is thin? So
we've been saying that for a long time. A long time.
It would be terrible if I came on and say, where's the wide receiver? Where's the stud running back? That's not what's required. Let the Eagles go and pile up on defense. We're still waiting on last year's hot pick that was going to be the next
Jordan Davis.
He was going to be the next big stud, and it hasn't happened yet. So, like Barry said plenty before, let them give us a C+, B-. Let them give the Eagles an A-. proof will be in the pudding, and that's on the field.
Mind to give a C+ rating for the Tyler Smith pick. Look how that turned out.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, nobody liked that pick. Even Micah. I mean, when you think about it, there wasn't like a overwhelming said, "Oh, we got to take Micah."
Yeah, 100%.
Well, I love the Micah pick at the time.
Yeah, I did too.
What I like now is that you're actually seeing, that there's almost like a poll of GMs that come out a couple of days later that, you sort of,
that's
and they do the grading. That's where I'm more interested in it. And again, we're seeing it here that there's obviously a major discrepancy between media scouts and team scouts. So it's more what the other teams think of your draft than what you actually what Mel Kiper or anybody else is.
Jeremiah, Pokey, and
although I mean,
Lancier line.
Daniel Jeremiah obviously called it well yesterday with with Hugh coming back up for pick 3 as well.
Sorry, Lawrence. So just looking at the 30-day visit based, I think it was on the CBS Sports website. So out of the guards and running backs, they had 30-day visits. According to this list, there's Evans from Mississippi and the guard Antonio Maffei.
Yeah.
So need to bear that in mind. Oh shit! Excuse me. Thank you.
God bless. Oh, sorry, G. I was wondering what happened there. You dropped out that quickly.
No, I just refreshed the browser. Everybody had a black screen for some reason. I don't know why. It was fine on the feed. I checked on YouTube. The feed's fine. It was just my Mac.
Yeah. So Lebarski is kind of saying here, and there's been a few comments coming in. I'm fine with no receiver, but I want to run him back, but I'm even fine without it. I just can't understand not grabbing a left guard. Look, I get what you're saying, and if they come out of this draft and they don't have a running back and they don't have a wide receiver, they can get undrafted guys. I do agree with you. I think the plan is they're going to pick up a guard at some point. Yeah. Maybe in the 4th round.
Antonio Maffei is probably the one it's going to start. The name's going to pop up a fair bit because obviously with the 30-day visit and stuff like that.
Yeah. And Chandler Zavala is another name that's there, So I do think they will try and address the left guard position.
They have to. They would we've even got lack of depth at the position as well. So we need to do something.
Yeah.
Part of me still sees Tyler Smith moving back there.
Maybe.
Part of me does. I don't think it's. I don't know if it's the right move or not. We talk about getting the best 5 guys on the field. Is Tyler Smith at left guard the best? When you look at it overall, probably.
Mm-hmm.
You put Steele at right tackle. You keep Tyron at left. It makes sense, but he did so well at left tackle, Tyler Smith.
I know.
So we've got 5 picks remaining for the rest of this night.
Yeah, I agree with you, Graham. I think that's why I was hoping for not O'Gore, because now you got a young again. Now you get back to building young again.
Yeah,
and they've certainly had the opportunities. They have had the opportunities. Avila in the first round would have been a bit of a stretch. Yes, I know that.
The Schmitz one really killed me. That killed me.
Yeah, either that. I know he went, but they could have had Torrance. So the opportunity's been there.
I still don't think that would have been the pick though, because obviously the position flex, he's not played at left guard at all in his career. How would you fit him in? And if that's thrown based on it, if we are shifting Smith back inside, it doesn't really add up now.
Mm-hmm.
So I can understand why they didn't do that. And the Shoemaker one, I don't mind the pick at all. Don't mind it.
Yeah. So, Paul
Yeah.
and
Graham,
I mean,
I'm fine with it. Yeah.
You guys were both away earlier on there when we kind of, like Joe suggested something. He said he'd like to know what the plan is with Pollard if he's not 100%. And Barry, you can jump in here as well, of course. Do you think there's a possibility Zeke comes back?
There's a strong chance.
I think if they don't get someone, it could be that if they don't get someone they like. I mean, Dak he's talking about it all the time down here. I mean, even he did a couple of charity events and he brought it up. And I mean, you never know. But, they got to do something because, I mean, I'm looking, Pollard, everybody says his rehab's coming along pretty good, but they say that for everyone, everybody's rehab always is great. But, I do like Malik Davis. I mean, he showed some great spurts last year. He's not a Zeke or maybe someone else, but, I think they brought up Rico Dowdle again, but, I'm not sure if that excites me, but because Malik, I think he even had a better season than him, when he got in, I think. And so, but I mean, it's if Pollard, you got to do something. But Zeke's, nobody's picking him up, and he's, from what I understand, still working out really hard down here and staying in good shape. So, you never know. I mean, are the Cowboys then going to panic and then go begging him and then maybe overpay him again or something? Who knows? But
what I would like to think is that there's an offer on Zeke's desk from the Cowboys, say around, just spitballing, but say around the $3 million mark. The Cowboys would like to bring you back for $3 million. It's an open offer until we take it off the table. And if he's just waiting for something a bit better than that. But I wonder if there's a little bit of hurt there as well, because we've effectively said to Zeke, we don't think you're worth your contract anymore. So, is there a little sting still there? Not sure. But you would have thought that Zeke's situation would have been better before last night, because a lot of teams, well, maybe not a lot, but teams that needed running back have filled that position. Like, for instance, he's not going to Atlanta anymore. You get what I mean? Like, I wonder if he's waiting on an injury or a better offer, or if he's just.
Is that the draft finished? Because I'm not getting any more. So.
No, we've still got.
Oh my God!
A kicker's just gone, Jake Moody.
That's just what I was reacting to.
Kickers are people too.
Yes, kickers are people.
Wow. Who picked him?
San Francisco
49ers.
Weren't we exclusive on Michigan this year? Did we not have some kind of deal?
Is Robbie Gould done now?
Robbie Gould is available.
Possibly. Yeah.
He's on the market. He's on the street, like, so Cowboys could pick him up.
Yeah.
I think we've 3 more picks tonight, have we? It looks like it's the Raiders, the 49ers, and the Vikings have the last 3 picks. Yeah. Joe is saying a kicker in the 3rd round.
Fuck ESPN. I'm raging with ESPN. They're just basically going to their analysts and just talking and talking.
Yeah.
And the draft is still on. It's not even showing you an infographic of the
timer. But just to jump back to last night for a minute, I don't know if I've aired my views on Nolan Smith. Nolan Smith was there for the Cowboys and we didn't take him. So I don't put much stock in the panic there is across the NFC East just now that the Eagles are going to burn everybody again on defense just because they've taken 2 top defensive talents. Smith was there for us and we didn't take him. So it wasn't as if the opportunity wasn't there. They didn't jump up ahead of us to get him. You know, like like you guys have been saying all night, trust the process, trust Will McClay. Dan Quinn knows what he's talking about. Micah Parsons knows what he's talking about. Seems to be an awful lot of overdue panic.
Yeah.
Just spilling out.
Yeah. Like that was what I was kind of saying all night, Graham. I wasn't going to get overly excited about a pick or trying to predict who was going to be the pick, because there was just a lot happening. And as we said, like, they took guys that we weren't even talking about at each of the 3 picks, but all 3 picks make sense. And all 3 picks fill a need on the team. Lebarski is correcting you, Graham. He said, we did take Smith.
Yeah, we've got enough Smiths on this team. Don't need any more.
Yeah, I know. How about
We
pro
need
shop,
Jamie Smith on this team.
In the pro shop, they could smell the Smith pack. Whenever somebody gets cut, you just replace them.
That's what I should try to do Thanksgiving. Try to get Tyler Smith, Tyron Smith, Mozzie Smith, and Jamie Smith at the event.
Yes, gorgeous.
So we're going into the Matrix here.
Could we also bring back Jalen for the day?
And Rod.
It was the 90th. It was the 90th pick. Cowboys took, wasn't it? Yeah.
Sorry, Mike.
Thank you.
90th. Yeah.
It was the 90th pick. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Cowboys had.
Yep.
So is there anybody around the league where we're thinking, yeah, they've done especially well? I like what they've done. Because I do like what the Texans have done so far.
Yeah, they had a pretty good. They had a great first round.
Texans, I think, if I'm right, the Texans have 11 this year and 12 next year. Or they had at one point. So,
Graham, I have a question for you.
Here we go.
How about that Green Bay Packers draft?
Yeah, I'm gonna have good fun with that in the morning. Rest assured, boys, I'm gonna have good fun with that. I mean, you needed help. You needed help, didn't they? I mean, the amount of times you see a frustrated Aaron Rodgers coming off
Trey Tucker.
Oh my God,
LaFleur.
Mike, that's your 337th pick.
Yeah, but who is just taking him, Lauren?
Yeah, I know.
Go back to that question, Brian. See the average age of the Packers starting offense. It's going to be like 19 years old.
Did you hear Brian earlier? Said Rodgers leaves, and then they got a tight end. They got a wide receiver,
and they got another tight end, Barry. They have 2 tight ends.
Oh, did they really? Oh my gosh! Wow,
what they do?
They've got 2 tight ends. They got who did they get?
Was it Meyer?
They got Luke Musgrave and they got Tucker Kraft. And they got a wide receiver as well.
Wow.
Yeah. They got Jaden Reed from Michigan State, who was the wide receiver they took.
Ika went to
Cleveland.
Wow.
Cleveland. I know we shouldn't judge. I know it's early to judge, but I would be amazed if the Packers had a shout at winning the NFC North. They're just too young.
Oof.
There's not enough starts on that offense.
So with the 101st pick, another player that myself and Mike did on the very first Project Prospect, Cameron Latu, tight end out of Alabama, is off the board to the 49ers.
And again, he was initially a sort of predicted 6th rounder
7th.
as well.
Yeah. Yep.
Keeps going back to what Am keeps saying. This draft is all over the place.
This draft is drunk.
and the pick is in for Minnesota as well.
Dorian Thompson-Robinson. They're going to take a quarterback. Come on, Vikings, do it to me.
Is this draft shaping up to be the best undrafted class we've seen in a long time?
Potentially.
Because
the talent in this draft was very weird anyway.
Yeah, it seems to be they're average isn't a very nice word, but it seems to be very run of the mill right now. Like somebody has you as a 3rd round, somebody has you as a 7th round.
Carmelo Latta looks as though he'll belong to the WWE in his future career.
He will join the bloodline imminently, Paul.
Yeah, it's exactly my thoughts.
Either that or Justin Bieber's brother.
Oh, I love it.
But like I said in the chat earlier on, maybe it's just me making this up, but they seem to be trying to stay away from starting players that are on the younger side. So they're not bringing in defensive end help because they have Sam Williams. They're not bringing in cornerback help because they want Wright
Blackman
and so on to develop. The only thing I can think of is that they've brought in another tight end to compete with Ferguson and Hendershot. But where they've got younger, they're trying to let those guys stay as the option.
Yeah, he will outbeat Hendershot, but he won't. He's not as good as Ferguson. So this is more of a push of let me give you a tight end 2 that's a bit better than Hendershot, but we're still trying to make Ferguson our tight end 1.
Mm-hmm. So we've reached the end of the night, folks.
Yep.
Yeah.
We've had
still the Chicago Bears.
Have we?
Yep. No, there's round 4. They start
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we've had 71 picks tonight, and things have moved fast. And Jamie is safely tucked up in his bed.
Did you try and phone him?
Thing.
No, I wouldn't do that to him. Like I was chatting to him earlier, and he literally had an hour and a half of sleep.
Oh, he's up. He stayed. He's coming to visit you this week.
No. I was chatting to him, and like that. He said he went to bed. He had about an hour of sleep, and his alarm went off for work. And then he went to put it in the drawer, and it was on vibrate, and someone was ringing him from work. So we do have people who are starting to jump off. So Joe, as always, it is a pleasure to have you on with us. We know it is 5:15 in Italy. It will be earlier tomorrow. Well, later today.
Yep.
You will get to bed at a reasonable hour on Saturday night.
I'll tell you what,
might even get to go out for a few espressos.
See the Bills, they've drafted very well.
Yep.
Yeah.
There we go. Shannon's going to join us tomorrow, by the way.
Right, tomorrow. Yeah. It's good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was chatting to him there.
There we go.
What have you heard from Meg? Have you heard from Meg?
No.
Meg? Right.
Meg. No, I'll message you tomorrow. I'm gonna leave it for now. I'm too tired.
Right. Yeah, I'm dying from my bed.
Yeah, all right, guys, get some sleep. Right.
Yes. Wrap this up then.
Yeah,
we shall indeed.
Great job, guys, as always.
Yeah. Well, we'll be here tomorrow, mate, if you're around.
All righty. I'll jump on and say hi. All right. Good night, guys.
All right, guys.
See you guys.
All right. Take care.
Catch you later, guys.